What's going on, everybody? Can y'all hear me? Here we are. Oh, I'm here. How y'all doing? What's happening? How's everybody doing? How was your day, your work? What's going on, Eminem? He said I called her out on the military base not being in Provo, and now she's saying that the plane landed in Salt Lake City. There's not a military base in Salt Lake City either. I live here. Oh God, I don't expect Candace to tell the truth, y'all. I'm gonna be honest. Candace, until you admit you filed a motion to dismiss in this Macron lawsuit, you and your your brainless cult members can kick rocks. I don't get why you want to keep hiding it, girl. Yeah, we're still waiting on that proof of 2 degrees too. You can't make this up. I haven't even had time to follow up with the school. I haven't even been able to check my email. Oh, hold on. Oh, y'all, I got a response from the school. Look at God. Hallelujah. Y'all, I'm finna print this out. Oh, my Lord. Y'all, I got a response back from URI. Candace. Candace, come to the front of the church, you liar. The school has responded. I want everybody to get in here right now. Hit the like button and put hearts in the chat. The University of Rhode Island has responded because Candace, I'm the queen of this for a reason, girl. Y'all, I was just about to say I didn't have time to call. Ooh, child, you can't make this up. Y'all, I'm printing it out to PDF. Y'all, the school has responded. Uh-huh. Yep, they have. Yeah, they have. Candace, come to the front of the church, you heathen. Y'all see? This is what good journalism get you. We have an official response from the University of Rhode Island. And it's not just from some staff. This is the associate director of registrar for the enrollment services. I just want a confirmation. Did she get a degree or not? And that is perfectly legal, Candace, because you're bad at this. And I know exactly what I'm doing. I looked that up first. I didn't ask them for any information, her name and her date of birth, public information. She wants to be a public figure. There you go. Candace, the school has responded to me. The school, the senior associate director of registrar, has responded to me. You can't make this up. Y'all, hold on. Bear with me. Let me get this because I want to make sure I don't have anything showing regarding hold on a second. Okay. Now I got to do a little redaction right quick because I don't want to. Bear with me. I'm redacting this right now so I don't put the person's direct email address or anything like that in here because Candace, that's how it works. I mean, anyone could just call the enrollment department, but I'm not going to put this person just out there like that. But you can call the enrollment and ask if a degree was issued and nothing else. So you don't have to ask for like any, what's the student ID number? No one needs any of that. You can also, there's a website that one of the representatives in the enrollment department recommended to go on this website called Student National Clearinghouse. But that's if you want some sort of printed verification. I don't. I don't want any of that. I just wanted um I just wanted a confirmation whether a degree was administered or not. That's it. I don't want the I don't want any other. I don't need a printout for that. The school can just verify that. Y'all, you can't make this up. Oh my God, Candace. Candace, you got some explaining to do. And like I said, if you call the enrollment department, they'll confirm whether or not a degree was issued. That's all that you could get out of them, and that's all I needed. Just a confirmation of whether or not a degree was issued. Woo child. Y'all, hold on, I'm redacting. I'm redacting. So I say that to say that it, to you know, as far as reaching out to a specific person, you don't have to. You can actually um call them, give her name that she used while she was attending the school, and date of birth, and they will just confirm whether or not a degree was issued. Y'all, this is so crazy. So, we all know Candace don't she don't show information or anything. And the way you vet a tip is to have corroborating evidence, right? So the way to corroborate it is by calling. You all can call and just ask if a degree was issued out. You can look her name and date of birth is public information online and give it to them, and they'll say nope, one was not given to the person with that name and date of birth. Or yes, it was, or however. But I'm about to tell you all what it was. You can't make this up because I don't like little lies, Candace. It's the little lies for me. It's the little lies that are becoming mountain lies, and who needs a mountain size lie? All right, let me pull this up. I'm done redacting. I have to do it as a photo. Ugh. Like I said, anyone could call and verify if the degree was administered. If you want to corroborate, that is something you are allowed to do. Y'all ready? Good child. Let's get this up. Here it is. Candace, come to the front of the church, girl. Because we don't like little lies. Little lies that become bigger lies. Candace, what's going on? I got to reply, you all. I got to reply. Like I said, you guys could call. Anyone could call the enrollment services over at University of Rhode Island and ask if a degree was awarded to Candace Amber Owens, and then give them the date of birth. That was the name she used when she attended school. And you guys see here, an individual with that name did not receive a bachelor's degree. And I can show you all the previous email. Hold on. As a matter of fact, I did. I showed you all the email that I sent out. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull that up so people be like, "Oh, you didn't show the email you sent." Okay. The first time I sent the email, I sent the wrong birth date. I think I had the 19th and it's the 29th, something like that. So hold on. I want to show you all in a way where I don't pull up this email like that. But this one went out to a whole bunch of people. Okay. I'll show you all this initial email that I sent. I sent the wrong date of birth, but I'll show you all. And then, like I said, challenge me on it. Call up there. Call up there to the school. This is the response, y'all. First, let me read the response. It says here, individual with that name did not that name did receive a bachelor's degree from the University of Rhode Island. I can't believe it. They said that name did receive a bachelor's degree from the university. Did. Candace. Why wouldn't she verify this? Oh my God, y'all. Oh, there it is. I told you, I said if it is what it is, I can't believe it. Y'all see this? Look at that. I said if this is whatever it is, I'm gonna report it. Hold on. What's going on with this? It's still not 2 degrees. It said did. It says did. Y'all, it says she received it. She said she dropped out. Nothing says she went back. And this says an individual with that name, and I gave them Candace Amber Owens. It's not 2 degrees though. Did receive a bachelor's degree. I asked, to verify any degree that was awarded. Let me see. Let me pull it up. I'm gonna pull up the initial email because I gave them the wrong date of birth, and then I corrected it and sent it back. But I gave them her full name. I can't believe it. But it's only one. You only get 1 degree. A bachelor's degree. Was it in journalism? She said she got 2. What did she talk about? She got 2. It says a bachelor's degree because you can only get 1 bachelor's degree. You can't get 2. Yeah, it says 1. She only got 1. Oh my God! I said I'll report whatever they put up. Okay, let me go back to my original email. What's going on with my thing? It's like pixelated. And what? You know what? I don't know. I don't know. So y'all see the full email here? I sent them November 8th. I'll go back to November 8th. Now this is where I screwed up the date of birth. But y'all see here, I said, hold on. All right. So I said, good afternoon. I hope this request is received by the appropriate department. I would like to request a confirmation of whether a bachelor's degree of journalism and English was issued to Candace Amber Owens. And then her date of birth is actually 04/29. I put 19, but I went back and corrected it. Because initially their response was, please confirm the DOB. So I went back and corrected it. And I can actually print out that corrected email request. Well, I corrected the DOB. Let me pull that one up. I can't believe it. An individual with that name did receive a bachelor's degree from the University of Rhode Island. There you go. Hold on. I'm trying to see. What do you all see? Okay. Follow up the request. Okay, here it is. This is the other one where I corrected the DOB. This was on November 13th. So if you guys see here, I said I'm writing to follow up on the request for confirmation of a degree being awarded to Candace Amber Owens with DOB 04/29/89. I only request confirmation of a degree being awarded and not the degree or any other information itself. I just wanted to confirm if any degree was awarded. So that's all I could get. And of course, he said an individual with that name did receive a bachelor's degree from the University of Rhode Island. And I gave her full name and date of birth. And it says they did. Now, you can only get 1 bachelor's degree. You can't get 2 separate bachelor's degrees. I think that Fair to say that that only happens you can only get one bachelor's degree. I can't believe she did. She did get a degree. Said she got a degree. Oh man, she said two. What 2 degrees? But not in the same year. Not in the same year. So I don't get it. He said a bachelor's degree. He didn't say, oh, she got two. I mean, did try to be specific and say, did she get two? Can you tell me if it was two given? Who would go back and get two bachelor's degrees? Or why would you want to do that? Why would you want two bachelor's degrees? Why not have a double major or a major and a minor in one bachelor's degree? Why would you go back to school and get another bachelor's degree? I said I would follow up, y'all, and this is it. There you go. I sent the email. I asked if a degree was awarded because I didn't want them to think that because they wanted me to go to this national clearinghouse thing, and I'm like, no, for what? I just want confirmation. I don't want to know like you can't go on student. Is this the national student or something? Student national clearinghouse, something like that. They said go through clearinghouse. That's like a website of some sort, and I was like, why? Say, please access any student records through clearinghouse. I don't know what that means. Why? I just want to confirm if a degree was given. And I looked up what I can request as far as confirmation from the school, and you can confirm whether or not a degree was awarded. So I just followed what the law state as far as what is permitted for release of anything related to educational information. So I didn't want to ask for anything beyond that because then that would have been a violation of, you know, actually considered a violation of, her personal information like that for any specific educational records. I don't want that. I just wanted to know if they awarded her the degree. She said she got two. I just don't get it. So that's what I asked for, and I was trying to stick to it, like stick to without violating the law. I don't want to do that. I just want confirmation, and they confirmed it. Did receive a bachelor's degree. Now the question would be, what year? And that stuff like that, I don't think I can get. I don't think I can get. You can get two bachelor's degrees at the same time. It just depends on the school and their policies. It did at SNHU. You could get 2 degrees from the same school at once. Because I didn't ask like what year, anything like that. Double degree is doing 2 bachelor degrees. Exactly. Like double major is one thing. You can double major, but it's still under 1 degree program. I'm gonna just Google it. Can you get 2 bachelor's degrees? Can you get 2 bachelor's degrees at once? She said she has 2 degrees. Two bachelor's degrees. Dual degrees. So she had it. Does URI have a dual degree? It says yes, you can get 2 bachelor's degrees at the same time. If you're interested in having 2 bachelor's degrees simultaneously, there are certain schools that offer dual degree programs. This could be a strategic option if you want to earn degrees in 2 entirely different subjects. So does URI have it? Why would she just say this? Like it's so ridiculous. It was just a matter of verification. Rhode Island offer a dual degree. Okay, so URI offers a dual degree in business and environmental economics. So let me show you all this because I just researched it. It's actually specific to certain degrees. So I just did a Google search of what University of Rhode Island offers. The University of Rhode Island offers a dual degree program in business and environmental economics. She says she has journalism and English. This unique program allows students to combine their studies in business with a focus on environmental sustainability, requiring only a total of 125 credits to complete. Additionally, URI provides various academic programs and options for students to explore. I'm not seeing, it just says these two things. Okay, let me type it in specifically. In, was it journalism in English? Journalism and English. Does not. Okay. So she only got one degree from there. If she got a degree in journalism and English, she didn't get two. It's one or the other, or she had a double major. But she didn't get two separate degrees from the University of Rhode Island in journalism and English. They do not offer that. Y'all see that right here? That's what it says. University of Rhode Island does not offer a dual degree in journalism and English. The program focuses on journalism as a standalone major, providing a multidisciplinary learning experience in news gathering, writing, and reporting. So she either got it in English or journalism, not both, unless she majored in one, minored in the other. But that's not two degrees. So I thought I would do my, due diligence with that. So she can't get a double degree from URI in journalism and English. What's going on? Hey, Portia, how you doing? How's everybody doing? Look, listen. I was like, oh, I know they're gonna say she didn't get no damn degree because she talking about she dropped out. She got a degree, but she didn't get two. She didn't get two because we're looking at it here, and it says University of Rhode Island does not offer a dual degree in journalism and English. So she only got one. They confirmed one. So there you go. I said I would report whatever they said, and I did it. There it is. So when we looked online, she's talking about people stop looking for her degree and her education in Wikipedia. You're not posting anything else up that says otherwise, girl. Why not just say that? I got a degree. It doesn't say the year. I didn't ask the year. I didn't ask for specifics. I didn't do that. I just asked for confirmation. So I didn't want a copy of her degree, none of that. I didn't want them to feel like they had to release anything other than a confirmation. Because I didn't want to overstep that. Unlike her, I don't need to do all of that. But it was not 2 degrees. She only got one. We know that for sure. So unless she changed her major to exactly what they do offer a dual degree in, which was that business and the environmental economics, she did not get a dual degree in journalism and English. So unless she went back to school and got a separate degree, that's it. What's going on? She said she got a master's degree. What the hell? How many degrees she talking about here? Y'all, this is something else, y'all. So we found out they confirmed that an individual with that name did receive a bachelor's degree, but it was not a dual degree. It was not 2 degrees in English and in journalism. She got one. So if she majored in journalism, minored in English, that's one thing. That's still 1 degree. That they don't even offer 2 degrees in those studies. They just don't. So that's it. It says she received a degree. I'm shocked. It's still not 2. I know. She said she got 2. Candace, just say you got 1 and be done with it. They don't even offer 2 degrees there in the fields of study you pick. Why not just say if she got 2 degrees? Why not just say I got 2 degrees, y'all? It's in business and environmental economics and whatever they offer That's the only thing they offer dual degrees in. So why not just pick the 2 degrees where they do offer a dual degree program, because they don't do it that with journalism and English. So yeah, man, y'all listen. Lord said, wait, I left the room. Oh, she got one. She got a degree, y'all. She got a degree. I just don't know what. I was just gonna assume it was journalism with a minor in English and go from that, because she damn sure don't want to confirm that. And it's like, girl, if you really are proud of your education, why not show it? Why not put the degree on the wall? Why not make it clear when you finish school? When did you graduate? Show a graduation photo. And she better not use somebody else's name. That better been your real date of birth, girl. Yeah, she got a degree. All right, so I wanted to share that. There you go. Do my due diligence on that. So just in case, because her Goonie Goons is sitting here gonna have a field day with that. But let me make sure I pull that up again. So y'all can see she got one. It's crazy. And this is still not two, girl. It's not two. And be proud of your education. Why even hide? Why say anything that could remotely watch that? It says here, individuals with that name did receive a bachelor's degree from the University of Rhode Island. But it's only one. We just looked it up. They don't offer a dual degree in journalism and English. So it's only one. And I will, if y'all want, drop the link to that information. We just did a simple Google search. Let's see. What the hell? They have graduate programs. She could go back and get her master's degree. I mean, why not go back to school? And then she dogs out education. It's so crazy. Why dog out education? You got a degree. So I looked it up. You can get a dual degree from there, but it's only in those two specific fields. So let's get some comments in while it's sitting up here simmering and let the candy asses go and run tell that. Yeah, I'm going to report the information as I get it. As much as I would have loved for him to say, nope, she didn't. It says she did. So there you go. What's going on, Francisca? How you doing? Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all my mods in here, Francisca's and Numar. Shout out to you. Thank you for being in here. Thank you for supporting the platform, the channel. You guys, listen. This is what journalism looks like, Candace. Verifying it, and you didn't get two. You got one. So you're gonna have to show them two. That's it. You're gonna have to show them two. I will not give her the benefit of the doubt with them. Nope. Because we looked it up. School don't even offer two in those two majors. Not at all. But there you go. She got one. Hello, how's everyone doing? Shout out to you all. Hey, Tanya, how you doing? Y'all, we're gonna get to her video in a minute where she literally shows us how she's not educated. God. Oh, Laura, how you doing, honey? Shout out to all the Luxes. Shout out to all my mods. Everybody speak to everybody. Betty says dropped out and she didn't return. I was so hoping that. Nah, she got one. Welcome in, everybody. Hit the like button on the way in. I got a reply. Yes. Good to see y'all. Everybody speak to everybody. What's going on, Carm? How you doing? I'm gonna guess it says no information is available. It originally did. I gave the wrong date of birth though. Little lies add up to big lies, girl. Now all this stuff, this one good bit of news that she has is about to get brutally debunked in her video that she did on yesterday, where she called out half of YouTube. I tried to watch it, y'all, and I like watching it with you all so we can just laugh at it. I was checking on Copilot and it said you called the university. You could call the university. Yeah. You can call the school too. And just ask over the phone. I can't believe it. Awesome work. Thank you, Rhonda. Appreciate that. Is Stain did or is it wrong? It said did. If I'm reading that correctly, it says she did. Yep. I'm shocked. I know, right, Karma? I'm surprised. Me too. Yeah, LA LLC just joined Candace Owens, really got a degree, but it's not two. It's not two. It's only one. Yep. A. A is singular. Oh man. Candy's just still bad at this. That funny say, yes, you can get 2 bachelor's degrees in different areas. Yeah, based on what the school offers. So they only offer business and something with economics, but not journalism and English. So someone cooked the book for her. Oh, so she lied about how many degrees she had to look better than Piers Morgan, who has a journalism degree. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like, be proud of your education. Why not go back to school and get a master's degree? You know, don't sit here and say you got 2 degrees and it's not what the school even offers. The school does not offer 2 degrees in journalism and English. So why say that? Unless she went to another school. That's quite possible. But if you're gonna go to another school and get a second bachelor's degree, why not just go for a master's? It's just weird. That's fucking weird. No, right? I still don't believe it. Look at the people who was shocked. Oh, Tanya, as much as I would have loved for that email to say she did not, so I can keep gloating. Unfortunately, you got to let the candy asses come in and say something about it because I'm sure they will. But it's still not too, damn it. Oh man, that's funny. What's going on, Susie? What two she did? What a two she didn't think people couldn't check. Exactly. I was, of course, like I didn't want any additional. I didn't want any of her personal stuff there, and none of that. I just wanted confirmation, and that's all he did. And this is the associate director, you all. So, I know, right? I can't see how if she went back, she could get the English degree. Yeah, not at that school. But if she went to another school and got a second bachelor's degree, my question would be why? That's just a waste of money. Why? Because I'm going to assume if she paid off the student loans and went back for that last year, she would have had to have double majored the entire time. Like the first 3 years she was there, she would have had to at least double major or have a major and a minor. But they don't offer dual degrees at URI for journalism English. So obviously, if she did get a second degree, let's just say she did, she went to a different school, which is why would you get a second bachelor's degree and not get a master's degree? I just don't see how that's a good investment of money. I mean, she's rich as hell now, but it's still weird. You can get 2 bachelor's degrees at the same time. It depends on the school and the policies. I did it at SNHU. Yep, absolutely right, Karma. Brandy, what's going on? I missed it. So she does have a degree or 2 bachelors. She has 1 degree from URI. One. Do you guys do double degrees in the US? Maybe she has a double degree. Yep, they offer it, but just she's still a clown though. I know, right? Bought and paid for. Yeah. Double degrees doing 2 bachelor degrees simultaneously. Yeah. There you go. We looked it up, you all. We looked it up. Yes, most any school allows it. MK Prod. All right, shout out to you, poetry princess. What's going on? All right, y'all. Y'all ready to get started? Sometimes you can find it online by googling the name. One is mine is out there from some announcement by the college. We should Google it. Spring commencement, and that's the thing. I didn't even ask what year because I didn't want them to keep referring me to this clearinghouse thing, and I'm like, well, I can confirm if a degree was issued, and I can't do anything beyond that. So that's all they did. But if you want the actual verification information, there's this website called the Student Clearinghouse, something with National Student Clearinghouse. That's what it's called. And I'll pull up this link because that's what they were trying to originally send me over to. And I'm like, look, I'm not trying to do all that. I'm not paying to get no verification. I'm not trying to do all that. But the Student Clearinghouse and I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, will actually give you the full verification. It'll, if you got her name and date of birth, the name she attended while in school, and the date of birth, it'll give you the full verification, but you got to pay for it. And I'm like, look, I'm not trying to get all that. I just want to know if she got a degree. So, yeah, there you go. The reply would have said 2 degrees, not A though. Yeah, it's she could only get one for the major for the what she majored in from URI. She could only get one because they don't have a dual degree program for journalism and English. She back in the river of denial. That's not the same thing. Formal dual degree programs are a different question. As you accrue credits, your options expand. Double degrees exist, but not everyone offers it, just like in Australia. MK said you're way off. No, it's one. I said I report it. I said I report it. I will show you all the response either way. But they don't offer dual degrees there for journalism and English. We looked that up. So she only got one. She said two. What's the other one from? Like, seriously. Caramel said I went for a BA in communications and BS in international business. So you got a bachelor's of arts and then a bachelor's of science. For journalism and English, that will both be bachelor's of arts, right? Why would she do? My question then would be why? Why would you do that? It just seems like a waste of time and money. I'm gonna go and get 2 bachelor's degrees and bachelor's of art degrees for journalism and then for English, as opposed to just getting 1 degree and double major. Wouldn't that make more sense? It's so crazy. Beck, what you doing, honey? Is it Becca? I don't want to mispronounce your name. Becca Grace, how you doing? Either a double degree or a minor. Yeah. It's she only got one from there. All right, what's going on, Saint? Shout out to my mods. Listening from the bushes. It's only top university offers double degrees in Australia. Smaller ones don't. Gotcha. Yeah, so the school I went to, I only got one. I got a bachelor's of science in biology pre-med. So my major was biology, minor pre-medicine. And then I went and got my master's degree with major in business administration, minor in healthcare management. So, I mean, you can still achieve the goal of getting, some specialties under your belt in 1 degree. I just don't, why would you want to get 2 bachelor's of art degrees, 1 in English and 1 in journalism? Why? It makes no sense. It would say she got 2. I think if she got 2, it would have said, he would have said, I confirm you got 2 degrees. She most likely took a few more credits to get the English degree. You are misreading the statement they confirmed. No, I'm not. I'm reading it as is. But the school does not offer dual degrees, and she says she received 2 degrees. The school doesn't offer dual degrees in journalism and English. And she said she's got 2 degrees in journalism and English. That's what she said. So I'm not misreading it. It's right here. Why do you think I'm leaving it up? If she went back and got a 2nd degree, that's all I'm saying. That's what she did though, but she couldn't get both at the same time. She said she went back to school after she paid off her student loans for the remaining year, because she went for 3, dropped out. Once she paid back her student loans, whether it be 100,000, 150,000, whatever, she went back for that final year and got 2 degrees in journalism and English. Well, University of Rhode Island does not offer a dual degree program in journalism and English. So unless she went back again a separate time around, how did you get 2 degrees at once when they don't offer that from that school for those majors? So that's what doesn't make sense. When we looking it up, did they previously offer it though? I don't know. It says they don't offer it. I didn't look up whether they previously did. You guys research, Google that for me right quick and let me know. Yeah, MK is having a good time here. I wouldn't lie about it. I'm just gonna post it up and go from there. I said I will report on it. What's going on, Goat Hut? How you doing, honey? Because she wasn't rich then. I know, right? She not like hell because of coke. You do all the work so I can just laugh at Candace. I know. I wonder why internet said she didn't graduate. That's what I'm saying. Why would she not? Why would she not put information out there to show that she at least received a degree? She can use this. Y'all, Lady Luck Club finally got verification. I got 1 degree. I got a degree. Like now, this can be added to Wikipedia. Like this is so ridiculous. Why don't she put it out there? She never expands on it. She never talks about it. It's like she ashamed of her education or something. Girl, you better be proud of it. You said you spent $150,000 on it. And it's so weird. You are a queen. Oh, thank you. Wonder if there have been more than one Candace Owens that went there. I'm wondering that too. Look, if she didn't want to believe Charlie Kirk sent that letter after it was posted, because shit facing off. She's talking about, can we verify if it came from his email? Sometimes, Kansas, it just is what it is. I'm not sitting here going back to say, nope, this can't be right. I'm gonna email them back and make sure. Is there another person? If it could be. I'm literally saying to myself, I hope this girl did not use somebody else's date of birth. I really hope that. I really hope she didn't look at the school and just use somebody's date of birth and to say, yeah, this is my date of birth, and that's what's available to the public. Because what's available to the public for her date of birth is the 04/29/89. I really hope she's not like, or maybe it was another kid there with the same, ironically, with the same date of birth. And then she's saying, oh, yeah, I got 2 degrees. And it ends up being for someone else with the same name. I really hope that's not the case. I really hope that. Oh, what's going on, Yuck 2.0? How you doing? Caramel says she's too lazy for a master's degree. I'm like, go get a master's degree. She could have got a master's in English. Who majors in English? You want to sit here and pick on people majoring in gender studies, and she went and she majored in English and still doesn't speak English. Girl, bye. Bye, Felicia. All right, y'all. We're gonna get started. I can't be, yeah, y'all see it here? Y'all see it here? Thank you for emailing them. Hey, I said I was gonna verify, and I will report on it. I said whatever comes back, I'll just show that. But yeah, AI still saying no degrees. That's what I'm saying, Mila. What's going on? Hey, Mira, how you doing? Oh man, I love your shows. A live start while I'm working, and I'm here cracking up, sitting in the meeting. Yeah, you gotta laugh in life. I'm laughing at the fact that she's said 2 and there's only 1. But she has 1 degree, y'all. She at least got 1. Call me skeptical, but unless I see the actual degree, I'm suspicious. See, Candace, we can all sit here and do that too. See evidence from the email from the school and still be skeptical of it. It would be very irritating for you if we all just sat here and decided to be Delulu and say, nope, we don't believe it. It was, how do you not believe it? It's right there. It's the same thing we wonder about why you keep blaming Egyptian planes and all this other nonsense. Where's the evidence? Like, she has a master's in BS. My people are wondering if you took somebody else's name and date of birth, Candace. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, it is. This is it. All right, y'all. So let's get started. Let's get to her video that we're sure to laugh at. Oh, my Lord, have mercy. So, Candace, you got a degree. They confirmed it. I'm just wondering why you want to get 2 bachelor's degrees. That's crazy. Let's see. All right. What the? Oh, hold on. Okay. All right. So I'm going to play, I think the one she did about the planes. And then there's a Steven Crowder video that was done. And he responded to, I think the one she did today, or was it one yesterday? Oh, yeah, the one she did from a day ago, yesterday. So that's what we're gonna check out. All right, y'all get ready to laugh or something, because a headache is not something I'm gonna walk away with. Not today. Not today. Mm-mm. And I enjoyed the interview. Did you guys enjoy the interview with Sean Ray and the head of security over there at Turning Point? I enjoyed that. It was it was very sincere, very revealing. The man cried. I mean, you can tell he feels guilty about everything. He missed his friend, and Charlie had a tremendous effect on him. So it's just why she keeps trying to attack these folks and blame everything on everyone else. I don't understand. I just don't. Um Midnight said I still don't believe it. He did not say what degree she received. I would have to receive the full verification. She and George can pay anybody money to say someone that with that name got a degree. Probably. She probably found out I emailed them and probably reached out to him and said, "Can you just tell her yes? I got a degree." Candace, if you called that school and told them to lie to me, all y'all been effed up. So, yeah, the Student Clearinghouse website is down below. As a matter of fact, let me share the tab right quick. The National Student Clearinghouse allows you to verify. You have to pay for it. You can order verification of student credentials here. For degrees and attendance, it is $19.95 since she's not currently enrolled, and this is not related to a diploma from high school. So you can click here and it'll take you through, have you log in, set up an account, and then you can actually get a copy of the degree or verify her degree. But you got to pay for it. So she would have to lie like hell if you go through this website and it turns out that there's nothing out there, because it is conflicting what a standard Google search is rendering. And then not just Wikipedia. Click Candace. It's not just on Wikipedia. There are no websites that say that you have a degree. None. So she doesn't even have it on her own website. That's the thing. You look up the background, read about Candace Owens on her website. She doesn't even have it there. She doesn't even show a picture of it. So you guys are more than welcome, to go here if you want to actually get a copy of they send like a verification. They'll have all the names she used while attending school, because someone did it for Umar. And then it has the year the degree was received. It'll have the name of the degree, major, any minor programs she completed. It'll have all of that on that verification. And it's $20 plus school surcharge, if any. I don't know if they would have a surcharge, but who knows. But yeah, it's very possible to get that right here. So it's not something that people can't get. I just didn't feel like paying for it, and be honest with you. I was like, do I really want to pay for this? It's kind of my sentiment with it. I didn't want to pay for it. So, but it's very possible to get the actual verification, if that makes sense. So, yeah, what makes her have 2 degrees? Which makes her have two degrees? What do you mean? I know, right? He says he's got 6 degrees. Umar got 6 degrees somewhere. Shop, please. I'll save my $20 for something more important. I know. That's what I said. I just didn't want to pay for it. I have LLC on my TV screen. Yes, you do. Oh boy. Yeah, no, I refuse to pay $20 for that. I refuse to pay $20. So Brandy said, yes, thoroughly enjoyed it. Crowder video is hilarious. We're gonna check it out, y'all. I can't watch the video because I don't want to cry. Oh, yeah, we do go through it, and it was like that moment, especially when he asked for a break, and I was like, oh man, I rarely see like just real grown men cry, so that always does something to me, to see that. And my dad, God rest his soul, he was never that type person where um he cried like that. So when I did see him cry, it was just like, I had to leave the room. Like I just couldn't watch him cry or get off the phone. I wouldn't be able to bear it. I couldn't bear it. So there it is, y'all. I reported the information. Y'all hit the like button. Appreciate that. And like I said, if anybody want to go behind and get verification, yeah, it's $20. There you go. All right, let's get back to it because I'm ready. And then we're doing Umar later. It's going to be a part 2 and then part 3 tomorrow to Umar because, he just flat out lied on having or being able to so-called do analysis and assessments. Knowing darn well the board of psychology told him to go sit down and kick rocks. You can't make this stuff up. All right, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat when you're able to see and hear. Let's get to it.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. A little bit of history for you today. It was after the public execution of sitting President JFK in 1963 that the CIA established Operation Mockingbird. Deep state assassinations require deep state solutions. They spent an offensive amount of money to control the press and to control the narrative, to put an end to the public asking common sense questions about what actually transpired on that fateful day in Dallas. To put it simply, the deep state declared a psychological warfare campaign on the people. In effect, their soldiers were the journalists and the writers. Their goal, obviously, to get people to just stop asking questions, to almost criminalize asking questions via methods of gaslighting. Fast forward to 2025, and they're running the exact same playbook. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in broad daylight, and they immediately deployed their troops to criminalize asking questions.
What are you supposed to take from the everyone? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think the implication was dramatic, and I think a lot of people reading the tweets would assume that she meant Erica Kirk.
Either Erica Kirk is evil and was in on it, or Candace Owens is an evil.
I think what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. Is evil, what she's doing right now.
Post-Charlie, there was so much unity, so much excitement, so much resurgence in faith, and newfound interest in faith, and now there is discord, so many distractions, and that is just like Satan, who comes to steal, kill, and destroy. He is called the great accuser. He is the sower of discord, the author of confusion.
The reason I haven't waited on things is I'm an eyewitness.
Okay, let's go back.
All right, you guys, happy Monday.
As a matter of fact, let me refresh this because it seems like it's skipping. Sorry, y'all.
I think we all know that the modern. All right, you guys, happy Monday. A little bit of history for you today. It was after the public execution of sitting President JFK in 1963 that the CIA established Operation Mockingbird. Deep state assassinations require deep state solutions. They spent an offensive amount of money to control the press and to control the narrative, to put an end to the public asking common sense questions about what actually transpired on that fateful day in Dallas. To put it simply, the deep state declared a psychological warfare campaign on the people. In effect, their soldiers were the journalists and the writers. Their goal, obviously, to get people to just stop asking questions, to almost criminalize asking questions via methods of gaslighting.
Yeah, that's why I speed it up so because it is funnier. It's on 1.25 speed, but she was just ripping. It was just ripping through. And I saw 2 chicks on the right commentary. They have a podcast too. I actually subscribe to them. They're pretty funny. And I was like, I missed all of what they said, so I just kind of slowed it down just a tidbit. But it's still on 1.25, and oh man, okay, let's get going.
Fast forward to 2025, and they're running the exact same playbook. Charlie Kirk was assassinated in broad daylight, and they immediately deployed their troops to criminalize asking questions.
What are you supposed to take from the everyone? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think the implication was dramatic, and I think a lot of people reading the tweets would assume that she meant Erica Kirk.
Either Erica Kirk is evil and was in on it, or Candace Owens is an evil.
I think what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. Is evil, what she's doing right now.
Post-Charlie, there was so much unity, so much excitement, so much resurgence in faith, and newfound interest in faith, and now there is discord, so many distractions, and that is just like Satan, who comes to steal, kill, and destroy. He is called the great accuser. He is the sower of discord, the author of confusion.
The reason I haven't waited on things is I'm an eyewitness to events, and they said, don't comment on things because anything you say can mess that up. I don't want to mess up any trial for the person who did this. This is 1,000% right.
But Candace Owens is well within her rights to suggest certain things and all this, and she has a right to free speech and all that. That's fine. She's right to ask questions. I just think it is hurtful and not helpful when you cross a line to strongly suggest somebody's guilty of something for which you have no evidence.
Right.
Challenge accepted, Frank Turek. Let's go Max today. Welcome back to Candace.
What is this? Go Max. Go Max on what? We can't make this stuff up. Oh, girl, you're interesting.
Pastor Rob McCoy, let's not forget him too, because he's the spawn of naval psychological intelligence, psychological campaigns upon the public. And here's what he has to say about matters. Take a listen.
Well, I want to read you a passage out of Romans. It says in Romans 12, 15 and 16, rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. Be of the same mind toward one another. Do not set your mind on high things, but associate with the humble, and do not be wise in your own opinion. I think that's a fitting verse. I mean, we're hearing all kinds of speculation about Charlie and what he believed and didn't believe, and I just have to tell you, this is not the time for it. It's a time to minister to the family. They have a husband and a father to bury. We have a friend to bury, a brother to bury, a son to bury. And the world is mourning. And this is not the time to get clicks. It's not time to build your empire. It's time to just simply weep with those who weep. And it's time to just humble yourself and not make it all about you. It's about the Lord.
You hear that, Christians asking questions.
Oh my God, girl. No, you're not going to sit here and do this with the word of God. Candace, this is disgusting. You dumb heifer. You can't make this stuff up. He just gave you 2 scriptures in the Holy Bible where it is stating to weep with those who weep. It's a matter of just showing empathy. And she's sitting here like, oh, yeah, that proves it. You know, he's being psychological. What do you mean? It's called scripture. What kind of Christian is this? This is not a Christian. Candace, I can't say you're a Christian, girl. You may have gotten that 1A degree. But when you're sitting here mocking a man of God who quoted scripture, I don't know he just gave scripture. And she's sitting here like, oh yeah, he's playing the psychological ploy on us. Let me go back. Because, girl, God is going to get you some good. You can't make this up.
Charlie and what he believed and didn't believe. And I just have to tell you.
Hold on.
Passage out of Romans. It says in Romans 12, 15 and 16, rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. Be of the same mind toward one another. Do not set your mind on high things, but associate with the humble, and do not be wise in your own opinion. I think that's a fitting verse. I mean, we're hearing all kinds of speculation about Charlie and what he believed and didn't believe, and I just have to tell you, this is not the time for it. It's a time to minister to the family. They have a husband and a father to bury. We have a friend to bury, a brother to bury, a son to bury. And the world is mourning. And this is not the time to get clicks. It's not time to build your empire. It's time to just simply weep with those who weep. And it's time to just humble yourself and not make it all about you.
Exactly.
It's about the Lord.
That's all he's saying.
You hear that, Christians asking questions it's not about you. I mean, is there anything?
No one is saying you should not ask questions. You can't make this up. This is the same person that claims that the spirit of a dead man is telling her to avenge him while not telling her who shot him, since she doesn't want to believe it's Tyler Robinson. You can't make this up. Candace, God has a way of humbling you. What he's trying to do is get your attention by having a man of God quote scripture to you. God is trying to talk to you. He's trying to tell you something. You better start listening before he sits you down and brings you down to a level that would be unimaginable for you, because God has a way of getting you far better than anyone else can. That's why I don't believe in vengeance. I don't believe in retaliation. I share the flat out truth, the facts, whether I like it or not. I don't like the fact that they said that she got a degree, but that's what they confirmed. I have a lot of questions about that, Candace, but it's not going to be at the expense of lying or trying to manipulate something to fit a moot point. It's not necessary to do. If for nothing else, hopefully everyone walked away today knowing if Lady Luck Club is going to get the information in the spirit of journalism, she's going to share the information, even if we don't like what it said, because it's what we see as a fact, something that hopefully no one was paid off to say that, and they can reiterate to anyone else that calls to verify the same thing. I shared the information and that's it. I'm not sitting here saying, I can't believe people are keeping me from verifying this. Like, no one is telling you not to ask questions. But what you're doing, Candace, is defamatory at best, cyber criminal at worst, because no one deserves to be threatened online with their life put in danger. No one deserves to be doxxed. No one deserves to be harassed and bullied. No one deserves any of that. And those are crimes. People don't deserve that. You're not asking questions that are based upon any information or facts that you have here. You're making accusations, and it's leading to people getting online death threats. A man is sitting in jail in Florida with 12 counts because he listened to you and a neo-Nazi, and you still have yet to even say something about Nicholas Ray, or to say, I don't condone anyone sending death threats to anyone. I don't care what you are and how much money you've given somebody. Why is that so impossible for her to do? It's like she wants this to happen. It's like she's okay with these people getting death threats. And if that be the case, God has a way of getting your attention, girl. You can't make this up. I cannot believe she's still dogging out Charlie Kirk's pastor. This is disgusting.
That they didn't try. You're making money off of this. It's unbiblical. Charlie wouldn't want this. His family is grieving. Not right now. Let's at least wait a couple of weeks. It's going to ruin the case. You'll get into heaven as long as you don't think about it. If you don't think about what happened on 9/10, then you're guaranteed a slot into heaven. You know, I used to really lament the fact that I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. Seriously, I hated that I didn't grow up rich. Who didn't, right? Who does not hate if you grow up with...
Yeah, and that's why you tried to sue the apartment complex that you decided to destroy with black mold after living there 6 months rent-free because you didn't like being broken off. Or the fact you said have 2 degrees when you got a degree. Because that's what I'm going to go on. I'm going on exactly what they said in the email and nothing more, girl. You can't make this up. What does that have to do with the scripture he just read and you being empathetic to the family? I'm wondering if Erica Kirk is going to have to tell her to shut up legally. I'm wondering if that's the case. Like, I wonder if Erica Kirk could go to the prosecutor and say, listen, this heifer is claiming that I've got Egyptian planes following me and stalking me. Can you all please do something about this? Because I can't deal with this. It's putting my life even more danger. And I can't handle the stress that it's bringing on. And she said the only 2 people that can tell her to shut up is Erica Kirk and her husband. Where the hell is George? George, are you hiding in the house? Where's George at? I haven't seen him come out in a while. Candace, you got to let up George. Let him up out the house. Does he need to be rescued, George? If you need help, just wave a white flag or something with a red ribbon at the end of it. Just let us know you know if you need some help. Blink twice with your left eye. You can't make this stuff
out a lot. That you weren't just born into the right circumstances. And now I reflect on those feelings, and I wouldn't change a single thing. I am actually so grateful. That's what I want to say today. I am so grateful about where I started my life in St. John's Towers. I look at that building now with such pride, and I am grateful to have not grown up with a silver spoon in my mouth because it fortified my character and it gave me a lot of common sense. Basic survival.
Nope. Don't say that, girl. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You can rub your shoulder a little bit for that confirmation of a degree, but not common sense. I'm not giving you both. You're not getting both out of me. The hell you will. Because basic common sense would say not to sit here and accuse an entire country of stalking someone on U.S. soil, or accusing the entire U.S. military of being involved in a civilian's murder, or claiming that everyone at Turning Point is now somehow, betraying Charlie Kirk. Like, you can't make this up. Faith, family, finances. She's attacked all 3 F's. His family, his faith, his finances. She's gotten all 3. What more is there left? Like, let me not ask that. because she's going to figure out a way.
skills. It requires gut instinct. And I had to learn at a very young age to read people. I think that's my superpower, actually. Just being able to
Girl, you
look
can't
at
read
someone
nobody.
and sense danger or sense deceit. I can just look at Rob McCoy, and for me, it's a no. It's obviously a no.
Oh, my God.
Same thing, by the way, I should mention with Steven Crowder. I have never been a fan. He just always gave me the energy of a pathological liar. I trust my gut. I don't trust influencer campaigns. I don't trust.
You calling someone a pathological liar, Candace? Where's this proof that Egyptian planes are following Erica Kirk in the United States of America? Do you really think that our U.S. Air Force would allow Egyptian airplanes in our U.S. airspace to stalk a U.S. citizen? Do you really think that? There's no way. These candy ass cult followers are not even asking questions right now. You don't have to worry about verifying you received a degree. I did it for you. You could have done it yourself, but whatever. But now you're talking about Egyptian planes following a U.S. a citizen on American soil in our airspace. What the hell?
Celebrities because they're raising their
Is she talking
arms
about
and they
pathological
glitter
liars?
and shine and they tell me that I should roll up my sleeves and get a vaccine. I don't listen to any of that. I trust my gut instincts always. And my gut started to tell me that they suddenly began panicking when I discovered the Egyptian planes. They did what we now term a pre-bunking, right? A pre-bunking is when you say something casual and then they send out like a full fleet against you to not even actually debunk you, but they're just so extreme in not debunking you that they even lie about what you said. And that lie tends to actually foreshadow something that they don't want you to know. So I'll give you a perfect example. On October 11th, when I infamously tweeted about the Egyptian military plane that left Provo on the morning of Charlie Kirk's assassination, I got the time zone wrong by a couple of hours. And they completely...
But that makes a difference in your timeline, you dingus. See, y'all see why I showed the email? I don't want to, because man, when I say this is the gritty part about journalism that it's like, I wanted that email to say so bad she did not receive a degree, but it says she did. And I still had to share the information with you all. I still had to share it. The responsibility in me sharing what I was sent maintains the integrity of my platform, because I'm not going to sit and lie about something that's not said in writing, in words myself. Like, I'm not going to do that. So when I say that she's lying, people will say, well, Lady Luck Club don't mind telling the truth, even if she don't like it. But if she's saying someone's lying because she can prove it, Candace, you can't prove someone lying because you're not showing us any evidence to the contrary. And if you're talking about not knowing UTC, that's your fault. You talk about common sense, and yet you don't know what UTC is. Candace, why didn't your common sense kick in and tell you to Google it? Before you got on your show, you have a whole script you're reading from. We all know when you're getting off script because you start stuttering and slurring your speech. We all know that. You can't ad lib. That's not your forte. I don't need one. But you're bad at this, so you don't know. You got to stick to a script. And somehow, UTC was not Googled or researched by any person on your team that worked for you or by George, because George, let us know if you're alive, buddy. He couldn't just Google it right quick and say, "Dear, UTC is coordinated time, universal time." What are you talking about? It's not Utah time, dear. He could tell you that. No one researched and Googled that right quick. I just Googled it. That's all I did. I don't profess to know everything. That's why I still research and read information. Candace, if you have common sense, and I'm talking about the common sense that God gave a billy goat, you would Google and just research it and look it up. You assume that it meant something else. And all this information out here online, you don't even want to take advantage of it. You can't make this stuff up.
Overreacted. I mean, a account that didn't even exist.
Overreacted, girl.
The time zone is wrong. Next thing you know, it was trending, and they pretended it had been officially debunked just because the departure time was wrong. But that wasn't even enough for them. They were
2 hours off is a big time gap, Candace. Because you don't. So what? So she doesn't understand how timelines work now. How we saying this, Candace? In 2 hours, do you know what I can accomplish in 2 hours? I can get 2 loads of laundry done, cook a meal, clean up, load the dishwasher, sit down, check my email. I can do a lot in 2 hours. You had a 2 hour time gap because you did not understand what UTC was. That 2 hours can allow a plane to travel great many miles, especially if the plane has that type of firepower where it could go faster than a normal commercial plane. You know how much airspace that plane can cover in 2 hours? That would make the difference. That would make a big difference if you're talking about a flight log. In 2 hours, a plane can come from Atlanta, Georgia to New York in 2 hours. What is wrong with you? That would make a huge difference in your timeline. 2 hours would be significant. So yes, it is a big deal, you dingus.
so alarmed. And I was off air at that time, right? I took a 2-week break. They still found something to scandalize when I wasn't even on air, something that I didn't even say. They sent undercover operatives to sign up for my private book club that I kept on Tuesday. And then they took out a clip of that book club, from that book club, and accused me of accusing Erica of murdering her husband. I mean, they manufactured that claim out of thin air. And then they made it go viral. They sent it out to all the right people, Steven Crowder, right? Everyone suddenly making videos saying that because I said he was betrayed by everyone, obviously what I meant was Erica Kirk murdered her husband. And this was all happening because I mentioned the Egyptian plane. I am certain of it.
No. It's because you said everyone betrayed him, and you said everyone betrayed him. But you didn't give an exception and say, except Erica Kirk. You could have said that, Candace. It's that simple. You could have said everyone at Turning Point betrayed him, obviously, except Erica Kirk. Or the people that I'm claiming to have leaks that, because she said she's got leaks at Turning Point USA as well. So except my leaks and Erica Kirk, everyone at Turning Point betrayed him. Or you could have named the people specifically you were referring to at Turning Point, because they're huge national. What aren't they national? Turning Point USA is a national organization, is it not? I mean, he had, Turning Point UK, where George was the chairman. So you're talking about something that's international. You can't just say everyone there. It's international. Thank you, Julius. I appreciate that. It's international. So when you say everyone at Turning Point betrayed him, you're talking about the entire company. You never said except my leaks and Erica Kirk, or except these people over here. Nor did she ever specify. I'm just speaking of the executive branch, like the executives, the CEO, the vice president, the board. I'm just talking about those people. Like, she never said anything specific at all. She said everyone betrayed Charlie Kirk. Everyone would include, to the average reasonable person, his wife. You never gave that exception. And you probably should do that if you don't mean it, Candace. Because that is using common sense. That's how you use common sense. Make sure that whatever you're saying, you're very specific and intentional in what you're saying. Otherwise, it's reckless and dangerous. You can't make this up. Yes, if there's a Turning Point UK, the Brits are in on it as well. She getting every country at this point. Where is it? Turning Point USA, Turning Point UK. What other countries is there? Is there yep, she also said, thank you, Tracy. She also said Erica was fair game too. Exactly. because she got to know the difference between being the CEO versus the widow. That's a harsh thing to say to someone that is grieving the loss of their husband with 2 small kids, that she has to constantly reiterate is with Jesus, because she can't tell him he's never coming home because he was shot in the neck. She can't tell her kids that. They're young. They're babies. You can't make this up. This is crazy. You know what? Let me show you all this right quick. I saw this and I just thought it was so adorable, because I want you all to understand.
In the dim quiet,
These babies right here, this is Charlie Kirk's daughter sings Jesus Loves Me to her baby brother in his crib. Yeah. We got to watch a little of this, because Candace is incapable of being empathetic. She has no soul. And when I see videos like this just kind of reassures me that there's some just level of humanity left. These are Charlie Kirk's kids. The daughter singing Jesus Loves Me to the baby brother in the crib. He's a toddler.
taught them those words. Their daddy.
I just want to think about what she thinks. Look at that. Look at that. Candace, you've lost your humanity. You can't say that what you're doing is helping these 2 babies. The things you're saying, you don't think would have an effect on this household, on these kids? Candace, you've lost your mind. These babies don't deserve this. They don't deserve you going out here talking about everyone betrayed him. He had a wife and 2 small kids. He's got parents. He's got siblings, I'm sure. He's got extended family. What do you mean everybody betrayed him? Who are you referring to when you say that? You can't make this up. These are his kids. He had a son and a daughter. This little baby's still in the crib. You can't make this up. Look at these kids.
To the king, you're not just my son. You're a seed in the battlefield. You're a soldier in the making, a defender of beauty, a man being made in the mold of the carpenter. I do not raise you to be liked. I raise you to be holy.
Despite the deep ache of loss, Erica Kirk continues to care for her children with a grace that feels both courageous and tender.
Look at this.
She steps into each day determined to give them the love, security, and faith their father would have wanted for them. There's strength in the way she holds them, hope in the values she instills, and a quiet resilience in every moment she chooses joy for their sake. Even in grief, she is building a home filled with memories of their dad and guiding her children forward with a heart that refuses to let sorrow overshadow the love he left behind.
You think she want to sit here and have to respond to Candace Owens talking about everybody betrayed Charlie Kirk? Do you really think she wants to sit and waste time doing that? She still got to be a mom.
His love, it honors it. She prays over them, cheers for them.
I'm just skipping ahead because I just want you all to see these kids.
Erica keeps Charlie's legacy alive in the most beautiful way, by raising their children to walk bravely in the light he believed in. Her devotion shows that a parent's love does not end at goodbye. It lives on in the hearts they've shaped, the prayers they've spoken, and the family that continues to grow stronger each day.
You tell me what these kids deserve this.
Jesus loves me, yes I know. For the Bible tells me so. You turn to it. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me.
And as the days pass, Erica's love becomes the gentle thread.
I just wanted to play that little snippet so that, you know, because Candace is a dingus.
Thin air.
I just had to do that because I'm a mom. And I can't imagine. This woman is grieving the loss of her husband, is now the CEO of a whole company, and still has these 2 babies to raise. And she still has to. The little girl is asking questions about when is daddy coming home. And she has to give an answer. Candace, you've got 4 kids. You don't have to tell them that their father's never coming home. You don't have to tell them that. She does. And you won't even spare her 5 minutes. You're evil, girl. Forget your common sense. You have no soul. Stop making stuff harder for her.
And then they made it go viral. They sent it out to all the right people. Steven Crowder, right? Everyone suddenly making videos saying that because I said he was betrayed by everyone, obviously what I meant was Erica Kirk murdered her husband. And this was all happening because I mentioned the Egyptian plane. I am certain of it.
It has nothing to do with
so that you can look backward and really see how these psychological campaigns work. I want you to watch this clip of Steven Crowder trying to convince people that despite the words that are coming out of my mouth, they shouldn't listen to what I'm saying. He actually knows what I really meant, which is something that I didn't say. And yeah, here it is. Here's that clip.
But you watch this clip in its entirety, and it seems pretty blatant that she's saying, and people are interpreting it this way, which is also important, that
because that's important. Common sense, Candace. See, since you're bad at this with journalism, let me help you out. If this matter had to be brought to the court of law, a judge would basically, because it's a civil matter, deduce based on what the average reasonable person would deduce, based on what you're saying, to be the general consensus that you're including Erica Kirk when you say everybody, everyone, all of you. When you're generalizing it without an exception to it. Because you could have easily said everyone except Erica Kirk. You could have easily said that. Not one time has she said that. And let me tell you something. You can play semantics and word games all you want, Candace, though your dumb word salads and all this crap. That stuff doesn't work in the court of law. So if you got before a jury with something like this, they would go based on what the average reasonable person would perceive. That's how it works in court. What is she talking about? So he's not saying anything any differently than what would be said in the court of law. The average reasonable person would deduce that when you say everybody betrayed Charlie Kirk, you're including his wife. Everyone at Turning Point betrayed him. They're hiding something. They're lying. They're suspicious. You're including her. And then you go out your way to say she's got to know the difference between being a CEO and a widow. Yeah, all of those statements combined, the average reasonable person would deduce that you're insinuating Erica Kirk to have had a hand in her husband's death. Bottom line. It would not be difficult for her to prove that if she sued you for it, and she would get several witnesses to testify to that. This is coming from the person that won't tell her court base that she filed a motion to dismiss. You can't make
Trump
this up.
administration, not whatever it was. We went from underground Jew tunnels, Mossad. The Trump administration killed Charlie Kirk.
I just really needed to just take a breather and really process everything that happened with Charlie and what it kind of means in terms of where we are. And I think it is a circumstance where we just know. We just know that he was truly betrayed in one of the most egregious ways that I think I've ever seen. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has made me fully lose faith in Trump. And my heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics. And they just were like, nope, that is it. He serves us or doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh,
you're asking questions like you have the evidence to prove that. Do you not understand? She doesn't understand the definition of the word evidence. But Candace, you're asking a question as if it's a point of fact Why did they give you a holiday after they killed you? They who? Because we back to this again with they. You don't get to sit here and throw out terms and then get mad when people's left to their own interpretation of what they or who they is referring to. They could have been his family. They could be his wife. They could be Turning Point USA. They could be a lot of people. They could be his parents. You got so many generalizations out here, and then you get mad when the average reasonable person put all of those statements together, and then they say that the majority of us would definitely say she's saying that Erica Kirk has something to do with it. The average person listening to all of these statements she's making would say the same thing. The majority of us, either way. I don't even want to count the candy asses because, you know, they don't have a brain.
Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way.
And there's no question. So you're saying this as a point of fact. Do y'all see this? See, this is not the manipulation a court of law would deal with, Candace. So if you got sued and this is played, the jury will see this a lot differently. And it would not be based on your idea of common sense because you have none. Candace Owens lacks the common sense God gave a cockroach. Because, yeah.
Like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do. It's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you. So like holiday and a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Fact. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard is not going to be a nice side of town.
Crazy.
Anyways, I will be back on the 27th with you guys.
And she's smiling the whole time
throughout these couple of weeks, these last really kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died. And we will see you guys then.
Why is she smiling?
Well, let me first be tactful here and tell you that outrageous claims, and this is an outrageous claim, require outrageous evidence.
Yep.
Of course, as is par for the course, none has been presented. You know who's really close to President Trump, and you know who people are now saying stood to gain? Well, Charlie's wife, Erica Kirk, who has now been put, Candace with that language, with this accusation, has put the wife of Charlie Kirk, and she'll say, that's not what I tried to do. It is. It's the result. Erica Kirk in the crosshairs. There's no middle ground here right now. Either Erica Kirk is evil and was in on it, or Candace Owens is an evil.
No matter how many times I watch that clip of me talking about Martin Luther King.
I just had to pause and clap on Steven Crowder again because we did a whole reaction to that video. Oh, man, it breaks up the monotony of having to listen to her talk. Girl, yeah, you can get all of us content creators in court. Erica Kirk, if you ever decide to sue Candace Owens, I would gladly testify in court. You won't even have to subpoena me. Use any video you want. I will come and testify that is exactly what my perception was of her saying that. And all other statements she's made where she's not giving any exception to it. She never excludes Erica Kirk. And then to say, oh, she's got to take the heat, you know, because she's not a CEO. So any criticism we give for a Turning Point, she knows that, you know, her being the CEO and the figurehead, she's got to learn how to take the heat. So you recognize that Erica Kirk is indeed the CEO of Turning Point USA. And when you say that everyone at Turning Point betrayed him, everyone has lied there. They're all suspicious. They're all covering up for something. They're all hiding something. That you recognize the CEO is included in that. See, Candace, you're not smart. And you're bad at this, girl. You're bad at this. And you're one where you don't want to go through litigation. You know, because you still have yet to mention this motion to dismiss. So yes, if that came down to it and Erica Kirk sued her for it, Erica Kirk would have a whole lot more witnesses that would be far more credible, and they would have so much evidence against you, Candace. Every video you've done, every post, every email, every text would be used against you in a court of law. And Erica Kirk would not have a problem meeting her burden. And I would be right here to help her if she needed. I'm serious.
Boulevard and Charlie Kirk Boulevard. I do not get from that Erica Kirk killed her husband, but that's what they went with. Those were talking points that were delivered to them. They were supposed to go out of the gate with that. The question is why? Okay. Retrospectively, that was a clue. They were panicking. They were trying to pretend me saying that everyone betrayed him, which obviously was not about Erica. It also wasn't about Charlie's mother or Charlie's father or Charlie's children, but they were specifically trying to struggle session that into a slight against Erica rather than more obviously suggesting that people at Turning Point USA betrayed him, which Erica Kirk was not an employee of leading up to his death. Why were they doing that? Then, of course, that made me only look further into the Egyptian planes, and I discovered that the planes had been tracking Charlie. We showed you guys this, right? We created this document.
That was our response. That was our response to that. I want y'all to see this again so y'all can see why I'm laughing. This was her response to this. They were panicking. They were trying to pretend. Who is they, Candace? Who is they? They, because they.
Not get from that Erica Kirk killed her husband, but that's what they went with. Those were talking points that were delivered.
That's the majority of the population that understands words and definitions of terms, girl.
To them. They were supposed to go out of the gate with that. The question is why? Okay. Retrospectively, that was a clue. They were panicking. They were trying to pretend me saying that everyone betrayed him, which obviously was not about Erica. It also wasn't about
It was not obvious. That's the problem. It was not obvious. Y'all see this? Which obviously was not about Erica. You have to actually be able to point out to what was obvious about it. At what point saying everyone at Turning Point betrayed Charlie Kirk, everybody in his life betrayed him. All these posts you put up where you generalized it to everybody and never said except Erica Kirk. So how is it obvious that you're excluding her when you say everybody and everyone? You know, because common sense. Can someone help me out here? When someone says everyone, does that not include everyone? Does that not include everyone? We're just speaking on simple English here. Everyone, it means everyone. It's not, let me automatically exclude Erica from this. If you say everybody and everyone, is that not straightforward in saying everyone, every person around him in his life, everybody? And what part of that are you talking about? Everyone except Erica Kirk. Everyone mean everyone. Thank you, S-File. Because, I mean, do we need to look up the definition of the word everyone? Candace, do I have to do this? You really finna, it's like this vocabulary lesson that, you know, my kids understood the definition of the word everyone by first grade. Do we have to do this, Candace? Because apparently you don't understand the definition of the word everyone. So here it is. Everyone means every person. There's no exception here. We're just going on a definition of the word everyone. Do I need to say everybody? Like, Candace, you understand definitions of terms? Every person. Everybody, everyone means every person. Both words, same definition. Every person. It doesn't say except a wife. And you don't add the exception to it. This is how her argument could be obliterated in court if she were sued. Simple definition of terms. And she's talking about common sense.
Charlie's mother or Charlie's father or Charlie's children, but they were specifically trying to struggle session that into a slight against Erica rather than more obviously suggesting that people at Turning Point USA betrayed him, which Erica Kirk was not an employee of leading up to his death.
What do you mean? She's the CEO. So anything you say now in present tense automatically implies that she's included because now she's the CEO. Now you want to say that it was only up until his death where I'm saying people betrayed him leading up to his death. Something she wouldn't know about because she wasn't there. She can't say she's a firsthand witness. She can't give firsthand account because she didn't work there. So unless she's obsessed with Turning Point and has been keeping up with these so-called leaks all this time after only having worked there for 2 years or 18 months. I'm sorry. After only having worked for Turning Point for 18 whole months, and that's it. Total time she worked there, 18 months. Unless this helper has been keeping up with every little thing going on the entire time, you still need to ensure that you give an exception, because everybody means everyone. Every person. And yes, why else would they assume anyone except Erica Kirk? Were you talking about his mother? His children are what? 2 and 4 or something? You got toddlers. So no one's going to assume that the toddlers are included. But if Erica Kirk is the CEO, and you're the one going out your way to sit here and to say she needs to know the difference between, being a CEO and a widow, why even bring that up if you're not even talking about this so-called betrayal after he was shot? If you're only talking about leading up to when he was shot, then why don't you specify that? She never did, because it wasn't meant to be specified. And would be no reason for her to sit here and say, well, Erica Kirk has got to learn how to take the heat. She's got to learn how to be, a CEO and be able to differentiate that from being a widow. Something Candace is not. Candace, you're not a widow. You have no idea what that feels like. You don't know what she's going through. You can't relate to that. So for you to say you talking about common sense, you have none, because you can't even be empathetic enough to have common sense. You have no idea what it's like to be a widow. So how are you going to tell someone they need to be able to distinguish when to be a CEO versus a widow, and you can't relate to either? Well, no, you can't relate to being a widow. Maybe she's the CEO of Candace Owens LLC. She can't relate to being a widow. She's never lost her husband. As far as I know, this is her only marriage. So she's never experienced that. So the audacity for you to tell Erica Kirk she's got to know the difference between being a CEO and a widow, one of which you can't relate to at all if you got all the money.
Why were they doing that? Then, of course, that made me only look further into the Egyptian planes, and I discovered that the planes had been tracking Charlie. We showed you guys this, right? We created this document and we organized it.
That. That's not based on any evidence. What is this based off of? Anybody understands this? The flights, and where's Eminem at? Anybody understands like how these military flights, international flights, what the actual travel log would look like? Because I don't think it will look like this. They typed this up out of nowhere. What information did they use to type this up? Because she was already off by 2 hours with her timeline because she refused to Google UTC and thought it was Utah time. Anybody understand? Anyone knows what this is? Like, I don't know what this is. Julie said flight paths. What? This ain't a flight path, is it? I don't think this looks like a flight path. It's nonsense. I still want to make sure and confirm this is not a flight. Like, she didn't take the template of a flight path and type some stuff up. I'm going to go on a limb and assume this is not how flight paths look. You can't make this up. She just typed this up on Microsoft Word and printed it to PDF. What are you doing, Candace? It's so stupid.
Being the blue plane, and then tail number SUBTT being the yellow plane. That seems to have struck even more fear into the nest of mockingbirds.
The blue and yellow plane.
In fact, they sent Mother Mockingbird out, Ben Shapiro, to make the exact same wild allegation out of thin air that I said something specifically about Erica when I had not. Again, I'll ask the question, why Erica? Why didn't Ben on stage say...
Because she's the CEO, and you said that she needs to distinguish between being CEO and a widow. You said that. You said that. You never said, I'm only speaking up until the day he was shot. I'm not speaking about people portraying him at Turning Point after he was shot. You see how you can establish a timeline, girl? Candace, you're bad at this.
She accused Mikey or Rob McCoy. I've done multiple episodes now on Mikey McCoy, on Rob McCoy, speaking about Andrew Colvett, Alex Clark. Why did they keep going back to Erica? What is it about these Egyptian planes that were making them spiral? Now, I'm going to let you guys know right now that it is difficult to investigate a matter, especially when it involves a person that you know, because there are minor things that I immediately noticed that were off or unlikely that would not have necessarily alarmed the general public. For example, one of the earliest alarms that went off for me was the fact that Terrell Farnsworth, the guy who takes out the SD cards, was there at all. Okay. Terrell does not do college campus events. He doesn't do that. He's at the top of the company. He does the big events, the SAS, the AmFest. He does not do college events. But of course, he told me they were trying something new that day. And it must have been so new that it was over by the next event after Charlie died because he wasn't there again. So he just out of the blue was at this event and then he wasn't, and he secured the SD cards. Okay. It was something that I noticed that the rest of the world would not have taken as a con.
Didn't the head of security speak on that in the interview with Sean Ray? Didn't he say that the man that took down the camera worked for a totally different company? Don't stop. That's a good question. I'm gonna have to look that up. George, please don't have me have to research you, bro. George Farmer, please do not have Lady Luck Club have to research you to figure out what the hell is going on with you, because you way too quiet. He's got a real spookiness to himself. It's kind of weird. Because Candace too can play this game. It's very suspicious. Your husband's not saying anything at all. Do you even treat this man like he head of the household? There's no way he's looking at her videos and saying, yeah, this is good stuff. He's so spooky to me. I don't know what's something about him when I see, him, and even with them two interacting together. It's so weird. The vibe I get from George Farmer is weird to me. Maybe I'm the only one. Deborah, what's going on? Said he was the ITAV guy. Was it for Turning Point or was it for a different company? Was he like subcontracted? Let me know, because I could have sworn he said something to that extent, but I could be wrong. I'm just asking. Let's see here. Harold said, hi, Patrick. It's okay to want to know what actually happened to your friend and have your own belief as to what actually happened, but the line stops when journalism is backed by theory alone. I mean, yeah, we need evidence. We need facts and documentation. Lady Luck, did you know that there is a news article from 2008 stating Candace got arrested in 2007? You know what? We watched Cheer Denise video. Was it day before yesterday? And she mentioned that as well. So shout out to Cheer Denise for getting that information, because I had no idea. So now I'm gonna have to look that up. Candace, what you trying to hide, girl? I mean, if you got some level of rage and anger, you know what? It is my opinion that Candace Owens needs anger management. She can't handle rejection. She blows up on things that she brought upon herself. She fails to take responsibility. And this so-called fake anger or whatever this is, where she's trying to be fake outraged, it's causing irreparable harm and damage to people. She needs, I'm convinced that she needs at least anger management, if not full help, because this is unbelievable. Yes, I'm going to look that up. If you got the news article, can you email me the link? That's funny. Please email it to me, LadyLuckClubLLC@yahoo.com, because I don't mind doing a little background research on that and on George Farmer, because apparently we're just going to have to do it. Because Candace girl, your husband is weird. There's no way he should be sitting here saying, yeah, this is all okay. This is good content, honey. Keep going at it. Where is he at when she's doing this? Does he not even read the script? Because this is scripted and pre-recorded. See, Candace, we can have our suspicions too. And we find your husband, George Farmer, to be very suspicious. We want you to know how that feels. It's going to hurt. It's going to sting. But we can all be suspicious of something. So if you want to keep being suspicious of every little thing, every person connected to Charlie Kirk, we can be suspicious of your husband. Fair game. Fair game. So yeah, go ahead. Email me the link if you can of that article, and I sure will cover it. And I guess we're just going to have to do a little research on George.
Complete fact. It is also how I felt, and I'm sharing this with you now for a reason, when I learned that Charlie flew into Salt Lake City that morning. Because why didn't he fly into the much closer Provo airport? Now, ostensibly, the answer is because he had an interview with a person that nobody really knows. He's a managing director of a restaurant fund. Andrew K. Smith, out of nowhere, does this restaurantology interview with Charlie. And so Charlie flew into Salt Lake to make this interview happen. That, to me, felt like an oddity, okay? Because in a typical scenario, Charlie is not going to be incentivized to go out of his way because he would only do it, actually, if there was a big donor on the hook, and maybe that's what he was told, this guy's going to give a ton of money to Turning Point USA, or B, because it was a major political person. Otherwise, for the sake of a podcast, people travel to Charlie, okay? If you want to get Charlie, you're going to travel to Charlie to make that happen. He's not going to go out of his way. To me, the common thing that always happened was they would set up an interview in an empty room at the campus, at UVU campus. They would have had this guy in the corner, and Charlie would have flown into Provo. The hook, and maybe that's what he was told, this guy's going to give a ton of money to Turning Point.
Yeah, maybe.
Andrew K. Smith, out of nowhere, does this restaurantology interview with Charlie. And so Charlie flew into Salt Lake to make this interview happen. That, to me, felt like an oddity, okay? Because in a typical scenario...
How does that... Okay, so what? We don't care how you feel, but you're not giving us any information to show why you feel this way. Saying it's an oddity to you, you still should be saying, based on this documentation, based on this email, based on something to kind of validate how you feel about this, because otherwise you're just making stuff up. This is why no one trust anything you say, Candace, except your cult followers. You can't make this up.
Charlie is not going to be incentivized to go out of his way because he would only do it, actually, if there was a big donor on the hook, and maybe that's what he was told, this guy's going to give a ton of money to Turning Point USA, or B, because it was a major political person. Otherwise, for the sake of a podcast, people travel to Charlie, okay? If you want to get Charlie, you're going to travel to Charlie to make that happen. He's not going to go out of his way. To me, the common thing that always happened was they would set up an interview in an empty room at the campus, at UVU campus. They would have had this guy in the corner, and Charlie would have flown into Provo. So I felt, again, didn't share at this time, that they diverted Charlie Kirk to Salt Lake City for a reason, okay? Something else you should know about Charlie is Charlie was...
The reason is a meeting. You literally are sitting here saying this as if he should not have done anything any differently than what you're saying, Candace. You couldn't control that man's movements. What is the matter with you? She act like nothing was supposed to change with Turning Point after she left or got fired, whichever one happened. Are you serious? You're no longer an employee of a company. And yet, the CEO passes away. And even once upon a time, if you guys were close at some point, you don't think he could have changed up a lot of the operating procedures of any sort? You don't think he would have just said, okay, sometimes I can go fly to these people? Why is it so unbelievable to believe that he went and met up with someone at a meeting? That's what he wanted to do. It's his prerogative. It's my prerogative.
Obsessed with planes. My husband and him actually shared this in common, where every time we'd board a plane, Charlie would know exactly, like, way too many facts about the plane. If we boarded an old American Airlines flight, he'd be like, oh, they actually took these planes out of service in the 1970s. He just had a lot of Snapple facts when it came to planes, something that I just do not dedicate any of my time into learning about. He really liked planes and knowing everything about them. And more crucially, I want you guys to understand this, Charlie had a photographic memory. He did. Donor names, emails, numbers. Charlie Kirk was a walking Excel sheet. You'd walk into a room, he'd say that so-and-so, 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 so-and-so. He works for so-and-so, she works for so-and-so. They gave this much last year. That is why he was able to Turning Point USA.
Because he was a CEO. You don't think the CEO should know, a smart one should know exactly what's going on in their company? Because if he didn't know that information, if he wasn't able to retain information like that to memory, then people would think he wasn't that good. Oh, he has no idea what's going on with his company. You can't win for losing here. Just because he had a photographic memory, that's more of a reason why you sitting here talking about he would never fly to Salt Lake. Well, based on what? What if he changed his mind and decided to do that? Decided to fly out and meet people? I mean, why is that so unbelievable? You only worked at Turning Point for 18 months, Candace.
Into a successful machine because of his memory. It was unbelievable. That's all going to be relevant now, okay? So you have to remember that Charlie landed into Salt Lake City at 9:23 a.m. local time. I suspect that if he had instead landed into Provo, he would have recognized the blue Egyptian plane, okay? It's not every day that you see an Egyptian military craft. It is.
She speaks as if he's still here to defend this. Okay, let me get a few comments in. Candace, he's not here to defend that. He's not here to corroborate or debunk what you're saying. You're talking about he had a photographic memory. That could be very well true. But how do you know he did not agree to meet someone in Salt Lake? You couldn't dictate his every move. And let's not, and I have to feel like I have to keep saying this. She still can't show evidence of them to having some level of communication or, even a basic level of friendship for the 12 months leading up to the day he passed away. She has yet to show that they were close, they still communicated, blah, blah, blah. She won't invite Erica Kirk on her show. I mean, you can't even be respectful of his wife and kids and not put out these dumb conspiracy theories. We're more prone to believe that you and Charlie were not that close leading up to the day he passed away either. You're not his only friend. You weren't the only person in his life. And you're trying to still carry on as if you are. And now he's not here to even corroborate that or to debunk it. This is insane. Let's see here. God. Y'all, Billy says if she believes Charlie was so capable and thorough, why is she still being about the staff? Do they overrule his capable decisions? Exactly. It's like she's not giving him any credit for being the CEO or for making decisions or changing up their operational procedures. She hadn't worked there in 5 years, 6 years? So she's saying these things as if nothing was supposed to change after she left. As if he could not make decisions on his own to change things up. And did he owe her an explanation? No. No. Because if Candace truly cared, she would have been saying all this stuff while he was alive. She would have said, hey, I need you to wear a bulletproof vest when you go out because this is getting crazy. Not one warning message on X. Not one video about why Charlie Kirk should be wearing a bulletproof vest. Like even little things like that. She didn't even take time to post or do videos about Charlie Kirk. And it wasn't until she died, and he died. Well, now she wants to sit here and make it seem like she was the only person in his life with no acknowledgement of the kids. Candace, why didn't you go to his funeral or his memorial?
Now, my well-informed opinion that he would have looked at that plane, he would have recognized the blue plane, and he would have instantly realized that something was amiss. And now I'm going to explain to you very carefully why I suspect that it is highly likely that Charlie would have recognized that plane, okay? Tail number SUBND, the blue plane. A pregnant mommy sleuth who was locked into this investigation discovered something that me and my team had missed. I consider her, obviously, and all of you to be my decentralized intelligence agents.
It's not Ian Carroll, is it? Is it Ian Carroll? Oh, wait. Y'all say he's a man. Never mind. Ian Carroll is a man, right? I just want to make sure. Ian Carroll's a man? Okay, so he can't be pregnant. All right, got it. All right, I just want to make sure. I was about to say, if it's Ian Carroll, I'm about to go ham. You can't make this up. A pregnant mommy sleuth who may not even have credentials to be sending information, let alone trying to pretend play investigator. You got a lot of people over there, Candace, that are impersonating officers and agents and investigators, particularly CIA. You got a lot of people over there, just impersonating. You realize that's a felony. You can't purport yourself to be some level of federal investigator or somebody that works with CIA or anything related to it. You shouldn't even be using their logo without their consent. And you're making money from it. The CIA needs to sue her and stop playing.
Anyway, she sent me a rather urgent email, and I'm obviously protecting her identity for reasons that are clear. But I want you to know that this discovery is due entirely to her. She is the person that in this regard went max for Charlie when I missed something. Her email stated, in effect, that I was only partially right about the plane tracking Charlie, that she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years.
She was able to discern, but not read in some document or something? And then, did y'all hear say she's trying to protect her privacy? Because Candace, you don't have a problem doxing people, and I don't advocate for that. But it's mighty hypocritical of you to sit here and to say, I don't want to put her information out there, anything like that. But yet you don't have a problem posting up photos and pictures of people talking about, can anyone identify him? No. Nope. That means you need to see everyone as a mommy sleuth and pretend like we're all flooding your tip hotline or your tip, the email tip box. Yeah. Pretend we're all sending tips in and treat everybody like a mommy sleuth. That way you have, obviously she needs a reason not to commit cyber crimes and dox people. No problem doing this with anyone else. But, someone is kissing her ass and telling her dumb stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to keep this person private.
Due entirely to her. She is the person that in this regard went max for Charlie. 23 a.m. local time. I suspect that if he had instead landed into Provo, he would have recognized the blue Egyptian plane. Okay? It's not every day that you see an Egyptian military craft. It is now my well-informed opinion that he would have looked at that plane and he would have recognized the blue plane, and he would have instantly realized that something was amiss. And now I'm going to explain to you very carefully why I suspect that it is highly likely that Charlie would have recognized that plane, okay? Tail number SUBND, the blue plane. A pregnant mommy sleuth who was locked into this investigation discovered something that me and my team had missed. I consider her, obviously, and all of you to be my decentralized intelligence agents. Anyway, she sent me a rather...
Yeah, because impersonation and all of federal agents. Yeah, because reasons. Yeah, okay. That's not an excuse to all the candy asses to dox anybody. It's still a cyber crime, and your asses should be reported. The end.
An email, and I'm obviously protecting her identity for reasons that are clear. But I want you to know that this discovery is due entirely to her. She is the person that in this regard went max for Charlie when I missed something. Her email stated, in effect, that I was only partially right about the plane tracking Charlie, that she had done an additional 15 hours of research and was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica. Not Charlie, but Erica was the one being tracked by these planes. And indeed, it turns out that she was correct. She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND,
wait a minute.
Her email stated, in effect, that I was only partially right about the plane tracking Charlie, that she had done an additional 15 hours of research.
Where's the research? Post it up, Candace. Post up that damn research, girl. You can do it. The school confirmed you had a degree. So post that stuff up. Let's put that journalism degree to good use. Post it up. I don't even understand why you got a journalism degree if you're not going to actually be a journalist, but whatever. Post the evidence up. 15 hours of research. Drop the links. Post up the documentation. You can redact her name and stuff out because I don't believe in anyone being doxxed. So you can redact the ladies. This woman is pregnant, by the way. She's taking time to research 15 hours of flight something with blue and yellow planes because Candace. Post the stuff up. 15 hours of research. That's a lot of documentation, Candace. You can go ahead and do that. We'll wait.
And was able to discern that the person the planes were actually tracking for years was Erica. Not Charlie, but Erica was the one being tracked by these planes. And indeed, it turned out that she was correct. She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erica's documented locations. Okay, 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now 73 times that is overlapped. Okay.
So how do you know that every location Erica Kirk was actually there unless you're stalking her? You understand what you're implying, Candace? I'm going to go on a limb and answer that question for you. No, you don't. You're implying that another country sent a blue and yellow plane, because Blue's Clues or something like that. Where you get these colors from? And where's the camera footage? Airports have security cameras, surveillance cameras. Where are the photos of these planes? Are we gonna get to where she shows the photos of these planes or something? Or is she just gonna show an image of a plane? How does this go? What kind of stalking nonsense are you insinuating here? So the mommy sleuth spent 16 hours, 15 hours, and pulled up all this information. And she would need to know every location the planes were at and be able to confirm that Erica Kirk was at those same locations. But then that would require for you to have to admit you've been stalking someone just to even do that much, because you would have to know every location Erica Kirk was at. You don't think she deserves to just live and exist in peace? A mommy sleuth has somehow verified Erica Kirk to be at 68 locations. Where the hell she get that information from? Where's the documents?
She was correct. She discovered that between 2022 and September of 2025, both of those aircrafts, SUBTT, the yellow plane, and SUBND, the blue plane, showed 68 overlaps with Erica's documented locations. Okay, 68 overlaps. I have since been able to add now.
Erica's documented location. Where's the document, Candace? Where is it? Erica's documented location. This is gonna be a timestamp. This is gonna be a thumbnail. Hold on, y'all. I got to timestamp this. Because see, Candace, when you sit here and say stuff like that, okay. So now you're gonna have to post that documentation up. This is gonna be my thumbnail. And it's gonna be post the damn documents. There you go. So when I'm ready to put up a thumbnail, this is it. It's gonna have Erica's documented locations, because stalking. You can't make this up. Where is that evidence to show, or the documents to show her location, 68 locations?
It's been able to add now 73 times that is overlapped. Okay. And 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. Charlie was also present. And that's what I was stumbling upon when I was looking into this. I was like, why is this plane where Charlie is? The flights were majority clustered within 5 states: Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Delaware, and Utah. And it's a pattern that she believes is statistically not random. I'm telling you, this information has been completely verified.
What the hell? I'm just.
And 29 of those instances also happened to include Charlie. Charlie was also present. And that's what.
Okay, so happened to include him. And then you ask, why was he there? He's with his wife. Maybe they just went out and had dinner. What do you mean, why was he there? He's with his family. If you say he was accompanying her, then he's with his wife. Why ask that stupid question?
I was stumbling upon when I was looking into this. I was like, why is this plane where Charlie is? The flights were majority clustered within 5 states: Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, Delaware, and Utah. And it's a pattern that she believes is statistically not random. I'm telling you, this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet now. These are all the instances in which.
What? Wait, whose spreadsheet is this? This is something this lady typed up? No, ma'am. You would have to actually have, some level of satellite image, photos, a collection of camera footages to be able to plot these locations. That's how you verify it. Not just typing some stuff up from a mommy sleuth impersonating a CIA agent. What are you talking about? This is not proof. When I look at documentation, when you're talking about people's location and tracking their path or their trail or their routes. You have photos to go with it. You have coordinates. Where the coordinates at? I don't even know what the hell this is. Look how blurry it is. It's like she don't want anybody to see this.
This plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica.
What the coordinates?
And I'm also going to say this includes overseas as well. Okay.
What?
So my instant question becomes, why didn't Turning Point acknowledge that this plane was familiar to them? When I was taking...
Well, I mean, you got, oh my God, you said it's an Egyptian plane. She's saying this is an Egyptian plane that also tracked them internationally, which would mean she would need access to cameras and surveillance footages to corroborate their locations and this so-called overlapping. Because otherwise, you're just making stuff up. Where are the coordinates?
All of these figurative online bullets, someone could have easily said something, right? That's kind of a repeat thing in this investigation. Josh Hammer lies, I get attacked. Turning Point just stays silent. They know he's lying, but they allow the lie to flow. Alex Clark lies, I get attacked, I'm telling the truth. Turning Point knows it, but they kind of allow this like Catholic thing, lie to flow. And the influencers are allowed to lie. Nobody at Turning Point ever just steps to clarify that I'm onto something or I'm telling the truth about something. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is...
They don't have to verify it, Candace. You realize they can actually disagree with you. They don't have to clarify this. They don't owe you that. You are asking them to corroborate the dumb nonsense you're saying. And yet, what it sounds like is going on is someone, you're invading this woman's privacy. You're talking about a high level of trying to dox someone, trying to actually follow them like this. Based on what? I mean, everywhere we go, you got a camera somewhere. You go to the store, there's a camera. You go to the bank, there's a camera. You have cameras in street lights, in traffic signals. You got cameras almost everywhere. So why is it that you're not showing, some sort of area view of locations with the coordinates and confirmation that they were both there with their photos in that location? Or maybe there's some tracking, that can be done from the phones. Your phones oftentimes tell on you. But that's the type of documentation you would need to corroborate being able to follow someone's steps in 68 locations, some of which are international, and you wouldn't be able to get their surveillance footage just like that. You would have to have some sort of a, case or something to get something like that, unless you are working with the CIA. And you really think they will give some mommy sleuth that stuff unless the mommy sleuth is actually working for the CIA? Is that your leak, Candace? We can make some assumptions about this person if you want, because two can play this game. So either this lady is impersonating a CIA agent, maybe she is one of those leaks. Where's that documentation to show they were at these locations, the coordinates, photos, video footages? Where is all that at?
Something. And when it comes to these Egyptian flights, the math on this is indisputable. There is less than a 0.000000001% probability, okay, under random distribution models, that these Egyptian planes coincidentally landed around Erica at these times. Like I said, this plane was not just with her in America. It was also tracking her overseas as well. I flagged this because I was alarmed because I thought it was tracking Charlie. And I'm telling you that this plane, in addition to Charlie, and primarily actually was tracking Erica. Now, let's get to the day of the assassination. On the day of Charlie's assassination, we know the yellow plane took off in the morning, but the blue plane did not take off in the morning. The blue plane, SUBND, did, however, power on. And I want to be very clear as to what I mean when I say that this plane was on. I am saying that it was transponding, okay? It's transponding at the FBO at Duncan.
That's not blue. That's not a blue plane, Candace. Does that look blue to you all? It was like white with red stripes. Is this a blue? Is she colorblind? I'm seeing white plane with red stripes on it. Is this for real? What the? Am I tripping? Candace, this plane is not blue. What do you mean? What? Where is that plane at? Don't you think surveillance cameras every airport has cameras everywhere? Don't you think that a camera would have caught an image of this plane when it landed and took off? This is not the color blue. This is white.
Aviation, private terminal. So at the very least, they powered up the electronics. At most, if they fully powered it on and the engine was running, what we know for certain is that it did not move from the FBO. Did not move. It was just on and transponding. And I want you to recognize, I'm going to make it clear for you what are the times that they were transponding. It's 2 times, and I'm going to tell you those times, but first I'm going to have Mark pull this up and he can tell us what it is that what we're looking at here and how we were able to find this information about the jet that was just sitting at the FBO.
So it looks like, based on this information that I found, and I had to figure out how to use this website because my mother didn't take enough Tylenol when she was pregnant with me, so I can't get too detailed on it. But essentially, all the flight radar websites.
No, this is y'all opportunity to go max, right? Go max. What do you mean you can't get detail? What kind of nonsense is this? Yeah, this plane is white with red stripes. It's not blue. Is she confusing the color of the plane with the sky? Yeah. Wait a minute. You can't make this stuff. Candace. Are you confusing the color of the plane with the background that's supposed to represent the sky? Y'all, listen. This background is blue. This plane is not. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things just does not belong. Can you tell me which thing is not like the other by the time I get through singing this song? What the?
In aviation, a private terminal. So at the very least, they powered up the electronics. At most, if they fully powered it on and the engine was running, what we know for certain is that it did not move from the FBO. Did not move. It was just on and transponding. And I want you to recognize, I'm going to make it clear for you what are the times that they were transponding. It's 2 times, and I'm going to tell you those times, but first I'm going to have Mark pull this up and he can tell us what it is that we're looking at here and how we were able to find this information about the jet that was just sitting at the FBO.
Yeah, so it looks like, based on this information that I found, and I had to figure out how to use this website because my mother didn't take enough Tylenol when she was pregnant with me. So
you had to figure out how to use this when you're supposed to be the expert. Are you not aware that that plane is not blue? The background is Candace. Why didn't you post a photo of the actual blue plane or the yellow one? That's not, these colors are not like hard to miss or anything. Depending on what shade of blue, it's not hard to miss. Where's the picture of the yellow plane? Why would she not have images taken from a surveillance camera at the airport of these 2 planes? What do you mean? What?
I can't get too detailed on it. But essentially, all the flight radar websites only show when the plane is actually in the air. But if the plane is on the ground and transmitting, that data from the ADSB transponder still goes out. So this website, ADSB Exchange, takes that raw data. And so I was able to find it on September 10th. If you look on the very left of the frame, it shows September 10th. And it looks like there's just one data point. But what I did is I zoomed in, and the plane's actually not moving. It's just GPS is a little bit inaccurate when you're this close. But you're able to see all these different times here. And that is the UTC time zone, also known as Zulu time. So subtract 7 hours from that to get Utah time. And so I tracked all of these down, and I was able to find that the plane was transponding from 9:05 a.m. until 10:34 a.m. Then it was off. And then at 12:40 p.m., it came back on and turned off again at 1:29 p.m.
Okay, I'm going to repeat that so that everybody understands. We were able to discern from this data as follows. On September 10th, on the day of Charlie's assassination, this plane first transponded from 9:05 a.m. plus 36 seconds until it was turned off at 10:34 a.m. and 5 seconds. Then the plane turned back on, the transponder was turned back on just 17 minutes after Charlie was shot. At 12:40 p.m. and 53 seconds, it stayed on until 1:29 p.m. and 40 seconds. So what was the blue plane doing sitting on the tarmac?
Where is the actual blue plane? Because you could just be giving all this information about a random plane. You couldn't even put up a photo of the actual plane itself from images from the surveillance camera. Is she this daft to not know that the airport would have cameras? Are you serious? Why didn't you foyer the information, Candace? That's not the blue plane. So we just kind of left to assume that this could be information on any random plane. Just random plane. As opposed to her asking someone at the airport, hey, can you all confirm if there was a blue plane and a yellow plane on the tarmac anywhere out on the roadway, on the runway, anywhere at any given time? Blue and yellow. These are the registration numbers because that plane ain't blue.
We can only imagine what it was doing, okay? We can run a couple of options here. It's possible
That could be any
that they were
random
just
plane.
running a maintenance check. Duncan Aviation does offer maintenance repairs. It's therefore possible that it just chose to run some maintenance checks at an unfortunate time, okay? Another possibility is that a military jet, particularly one from a foreign country, would likely be equipped with encrypted satellite-based communications capabilities. If you wanted to make an untraceable phone call, as an example, that would be a good place to do so because only the NSA would be able to intercept that call. And it's pretty obvious that the deep state doesn't seem particularly interested in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So that'd be a safe place to communicate on that plane. Like I said, these are our options. What we can do now, however, is we can add this to our list of verifiable Turning Point USA lies because I'm going to count this as a lie by severe omission. By keeping your mouth.
Jesus. What do you mean? They don't work for the airport. Turning Point USA is not an aviation company. What in the world would they have to lie about if they're not even aware that these planes exist? You still have not shown documentation or a photo or a video of the actual blue and yellow plane. This could be information on any random plane. She hasn't proven it's the actual blue plane here. Because that's not blue. I can't even listen to that dude again because he literally said he had to learn how to use that software. Can't make this up.
Okay, I'm going to repeat that so that everybody understands. We were able to discern 8 p.m. and 53 seconds, and it stayed on until 1:29 p.m. and 40 seconds. So what was the blue plane doing sitting on the tarmac? We can only imagine what it was doing, okay? We can run a couple of options here. It's possible that they were just running a maintenance check. Duncan Aviation does offer maintenance repairs. It's therefore possible that it just chose to run some maintenance checks at an unfortunate time, okay? Another possibility is that...
But, I mean, you act like they're supposed to know that this is going to happen during maintenance checks. They're over there existing in their own world. Turning Point USA is not an aviation company. They're not an aviation mechanic company. They're not any of that with aviation. And once again, this could be information from any random plane, just out of nowhere. Like that stock photo she just posted.
A military jet, particularly one from a foreign country, would likely be equipped with encrypted satellite-based communications capabilities. If you wanted to make an untraceable phone call, as an example, that would be a good place to do so because only the NSA would be able to intercept that call. And it's pretty obvious that the deep state doesn't seem particularly interested in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So that'd be a safe place to communicate on that plane. Like I said, these are our options. What we can do now, however, is we can add this to our list of verifiable Turning Point USA lies because I'm going to count this as a lie by severe omission. By keeping your mouth shut and allowing Candace to take all the figurative bullets as she points out the oddity of a plane that you guys recognized, okay? My point is that
you didn't show even a photo of. You haven't shown a photo of this plane. That plane is not blue. Where's she getting that color scheme from? If you put up a photo of a blue plane, you have a better point. Still stupid and false, but still. And what does this have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination again? These are Egyptian planes, not American planes.
These planes were known to Turning Point USA, and we all deserve to know why they were on the ground on that day, what they were doing on the ground on that day, and also why Turning Point chose to stay mum when every influencer under the sun and every publication attacked me for even mentioning the planes, making it seem like I was dumb, I was stupid. Turning Point USA is able to provide answers to these questions. There's more that I know, by the way, but I want to challenge them to respond to this first. Were these Egyptian military planes familiar to Charlie Kirk? It is a simple yes or no question, and answer it carefully, please, Andrew Colvett, spokesperson for Turning Point USA. Because there was something very specific, Andrew, that you told me that happened when you arrived into Provo on the tarmac that day, and it is now playing over and over and over again in my mind, and it isn't adding up. Another point that I'd like to follow up with, Andrew Colvett, let's stick with you.
He said
is that in the hospital on that day, you told me, you were in the hospital, that you were told that there was a credible threat against me and Tucker Carlson. Specifically, you told me that me and Tucker Carlson were on a list, and that you were just telling me as a friend that me and Tucker should lay low. And after you told me that, I ended our...
What is that? What does this have to do with the plane itself? That she still has not actually verified that it existed. We haven't seen a photo of this blue and this yellow plane. This is absurd. I mean, honestly, do you really think a blue and a yellow plane flying in the air would go unnoticed? You really think that? People would take photos of it because of the overly eclectic colors. Yellow would be obviously noticeable. You barely, I mean, you're talking about something like Spirit Airlines painting, planes yellow and shit, but that makes it easier to spot. Why not show a photo of these planes?
Phone call, and I immediately called Tucker Carlson, and I said, "Hey," terrified, obviously crying all day, and telling him that he and I have to lay low because there's a credible threat. And it is now really living inside me that you did not tell me who that threat was from. I assumed the feds told you, but I asked you the question, why wouldn't the feds call me directly if there was a threat against my life? No such call has come in. How is that possible? How could someone have told you that there was a credible threat and that me and Tucker Carlson should lay low, and yet me and Tucker have since not been notified by any federal agency about those credible threats? Who do those threats come from? Because I got to tell you, there are a lot of people making videos about me and Tucker Carlson, and none of them are Egyptians, okay? In fact, it's the Israelis. It is Israel that seems deeply upset with me and Tucker Carlson. They are not letting it go. They are making...
What the hell? Oh my God. How do we go from Egypt to Israel? You understand? Egypt is a whole separate country. What are we talking about? In a totally different continent. Is this for real? Is this how you're transitioning into Israel now? What the heck? I mean, what did I just witness?
Credible threat, and that me and Tucker Carlson should lay low, and yet me and Tucker have since not been notified by any federal agency about those credible threats. Who do those threats come from? Because I gotta tell you, there are a lot of people making videos about me and Tucker Carlson, and none of them are Egyptians, okay? In fact, it's the Israelis. It is Israel that seems deeply upset with me and Tucker Carlson. They are not letting it go. They are making threats on every stage, okay? People that are tied to Israel are making threats against me and Tucker Carlson, demanding that we be canceled. So who specifically told you in the hospital room that there was a credible threat against my life? I'm going to need that information, okay? I want to know that now. Because the state...
What does that have to do with the Egyptian planes? Now you're on Israel. Do you really think Israel controls Egypt? Are you serious? What the hell is going on? You talk about chaos and confusion. This is the epitome of it. Just chaos and confusion. If you wanted to talk to the feds about a threat against you, Candace, why didn't you go to them if someone came to you saying that you should lay low? Why didn't you just report that? This is insane. And yet, she says she doesn't trust the feds. So why believe anything they say? I mean, we could just, the contradictions of this makes no sense. It's not even logical. If you were afraid for your life, you could have filed the complaint and had them investigated. But then why go around and telling everybody that you can't trust the feds either when you're not trying to even get their help to figure out who's posing this threat on you? Why would he tell you that and not give you any specifics about that? And why you and Tucker Carlson? Never mind Erica Kirk and her 2 kids. They shot Charlie Kirk. Don't you think if anyone was in more danger right now, it would be Erica Kirk? You're insinuating that an Egyptian plane has flown over 68 locations where she was because some mommy sleuth said so. Impersonation of an officer or an agent is a federal crime. It's a felony.
Seem pretty high. I have a lot of questions. This is probably a good time to tell you all that I am starting to piece together another scenario that could have happened. And there was another flight that I am now very interested in. And I believe that somebody somewhere knows something about this flight. So pay attention to this. The tail number is N560TW. N560TW. It departed on the morning of September 10th from Scottsdale, Arizona. And it landed into Provo at 10:06 a.m. It then immediately turned around and departed for Santa Barbara. I'm assuming it maybe picked somebody up. And then it departed Santa Barbara at 11:37 a.m. for Scottsdale, landing at 12:44 p.m. There's a chance that you were working at the airport, that you saw somebody that morning. Maybe you were in Santa Barbara, maybe you were in Scottsdale. Somebody saw something, and I'm asking you to email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com.
Yeah, y'all keep emailing her all this nonsense. She just said, I have a new, she might as well say conspiracy here. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Dear Lord. I got to go back a bit because it's sometimes just unbelievable the stuff that comes out of her mouth. And it's like, she doesn't think people could debunk her. What if whomever owns that plane that she just identified on this platform will come out and say, no, I was not, I don't know what she insinuating me in, but let me tell you something. Somebody's going to sue her so bad. And it's just, oh my God. And she would have brought it upon herself. You're gonna bring all of that upon yourself, Candace. And I hope you know this type of information here can be used against you in the Macron lawsuit, because this is all about showing a pattern of behavior and character development. They're gonna rip her to shreds in court. Period.
There are a lot of people making videos about me and Tucker Carlson, and none of them are Egyptians. Okay. In fact, it's the Israelis. It is Israel that seems deeply upset with me and Tucker Carlson. They are not letting it go. They are making threats on every stage, okay? People that are tied to Israel are making threats against me and Tucker Carlson, demanding that we be canceled. So who specifically told you in the hospital room that there was a credible threat against my life? I'm going to need that information, okay? I want to know that now because the stakes seem pretty high. I have a lot of questions. This is probably a good time to tell you all that I am starting to piece together another scenario that could have happened. And there was
pause. Another scenario. It's not even validated. There's no documentation to support it. She's gonna tell us another scenario, and it has no facts, information, nothing to support this. To me, in my mind, scenario equals conspiracy. This is unbelievable. Candace, do not make me have to Google the definition of the word scenario so that you can see how it still is defined to include a theory. This is not even plausible. Where is the documentation?
Another flight that I am now very interested in, and I believe that somebody somewhere knows something about this flight, so pay attention to this. The tail number is N560TW. N560TW. It departed on the morning of September 10th from Scottsdale, Arizona, and it landed into Provo at 10:06 a.m. It then immediately turned around and departed for Santa Barbara. I'm assuming it maybe picked somebody up, and then it departed Santa Barbara at 11:37 a.m. for Scottsdale, landing at 12:44 p.m. There's a chance that you were working at the airport, that you saw somebody that morning. Maybe you were in Santa Barbara, maybe you were in Scottsdale. Somebody saw something, and I'm asking you to email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com. I am interested in that flight. We're not done yet.
Or foyer the surveillance camera footage. What are we talking about? I'm just lost in translation. Anybody understand what the hell is happening here? She has lost her mind. You're correct. Scenario is a theory that's not even being founded on facts. Candace, why didn't you just show a photo of this blue and yellow plane, or this plane you just gave out this ID number to? You just gave out a whole plane ID number here. This is insane. What type of plane are we talking about? Has she ever named the type of planes that she's alleging has flown over 68 locations of Erica Kirk? As if Erica Kirk needs that nonsense.
I am interested in that flight. We're not done yet. There's more. I know something.
Oh, God.
And then it departed Santa Barbara at 11:37 a.m. for Scottsdale, landing at 12:44 p.m. There's a chance that you were working at the airport, that you saw somebody that morning. Maybe you were in Santa Barbara, maybe you were in Scottsdale. Somebody saw something, and I'm asking you to email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com. I am interested in that flight. We're not done yet. There's more. I know something else about the Egyptian flights. This time, another mommy sleuth. I learned that oddly, Duncan Aviation, where that plane was transponding from, the FBO in Provo sourced rental cars for these quote unquote Egyptians when they landed a couple of days before this operation. And I didn't just learn that, I actually have the license plates number for 4 of the vehicles that they rented. Okay. Honestly, you guys, it brings me great pleasure to deliver this information, because now surely Tulsi's office can get involved, because those darn Egyptians are at it again. Those darn Egyptians. Here are the 4 license plates of the cars that were rented. The first car rented was a silver 2025 Toyota RAV4. The Utah license plate number is T092ZS. The second car was a white 2025 Toyota Camry. Arizona license plate, CWN-N872. So where I'm going to show you guys this in a spreadsheet. The third car was a white 2023 Toyota RAV4. Utah license plate number TN12KM. The fourth was a black 2025 Toyota 4Runner. Utah license plate number Z923DA. To the students at UVU, do we have this somewhere? Did you pull it up, or just did you show them on the screen? I didn't see what you showed them. Okay, cool. License plates were shown. Now to the students at UVU, please check your phones, your pictures from that day, because if any of those cars were seen at UVU or around campus on that day, then we're going to be able to suspect something else. Check the hotels, maybe gas station, maybe you work somewhere. Look at those lights, look for those plates during that time frame from when those cars were there until they departed.
Dear children of UVU, you are college students. This has nothing to do with you. Candace is making this dumb nonsense up, and you should be focusing on class and passing your test, doing your projects, writing thesis papers, whatever. Focus on your schoolwork and getting good grades, and not this buffoonery that's coming out of her mouth, because these kids do not deserve to sit here and go out getting information that, I mean, would it be hard to do a foyer to get the information about that plane? Why can't she do it? Candace, this is part of journalism that you're bad at. Why can't you get that information yourself? Just like how I emailed your school. It was that simple. Get the info yourself. You got to do a little. This girl don't know how to do no research or nothing. You know what? Candace, you could be getting trolled with that tip line. And I'm just, I hope they keep trolling you.
Somebody will be able to connect the dots somewhere. And of course, the email address to send it to is moretips@CandaceOwens.com. It's only Monday, folks. I've actually just thought about it a lot more, but it's only Monday. So let's take a break. All right, you guys, too many people have been vilified for standing up for doses of gluten-free, dairy-free.
Nope.
That narrative ran was probably the USS Liberty. That was the plan, right? To make us think Egypt had attacked us, but it wasn't actually Egypt that attacked that ship. It was Israel. Israel attacked that ship. Israel is growing increasingly alarming. I have no doubt that Tucker Carlson and I are being threatened. That's pretty obvious. It's very obvious that nobody thinks Egypt is behind it. You know, the last time that narrative ran was probably the USS Liberty. That was the plan, right? To make us think Egypt had attacked us, but it wasn't actually Egypt that attacked that ship. It was Israel. Israel attacked that ship. Israel is growing increasingly alarming in terms of legislation that they're trying to get passed, trying to censor our speech, trying to take over social media campaigns. Even Netanyahu's name checking me and Tucker Carlson, and all of their sycophants are on stage calling us out. So I'm going to connect that dot there. And like I said, there's more I know about those planes. But you're a move, Turning Point USA, because that's the last time you're going to have me gaslit about something and sit by idly and pretend you know nothing. It's interesting, too, because...
Dear Turning Point USA, please do not respond to Candace Owens. Let her live in the land of delusion and leave her there. The end. Don't entertain her foolishness. Stop responding to Candace Owens' Turning Point, because that's what she wants, because she's running out of content. Candace, it's only so many more times you can recycle the same dumb conspiracy theories. You say you have a new scenario, and then if somebody doesn't tell you something about a threat, that you refuse to file a complaint to have investigated yourself because the threat is against you. You're sitting here making demands. You're not doing any research or anything, and now you want Turning Point to respond to you just so she can have this BS corroborated. Either way, it doesn't matter what they say. She has shown time and time again when they try to correct her that she just weaponizes it and says, see, I told you all, they're trying to hide stuff. They don't want to tell me anything. They're out here lying, saying it's not true. So they can't win either way. Either they end up saying, yes, we agree. That happened. Whatever. Bye, Felicia. Or they say, no, that is false. And then she weaponizes that to try to give more credence to this BS about them being suspicious and hiding something. You know, because the entire company somehow betrayed Charlie Kirk. Stop responding to her. Erica Kirk needs to send down emails and correspondence and say flat out, listen, either you all want to work here or you don't. You feel like something has happened that has violated laws or some sort of code of ethics, then go be a whistleblower. But at least do it the right way. She wants these people to sit here and to try to either corroborate or debunk her nonsense so she can just simply twist it up. Look at this freeze frame here. It just iconic. This is the look of someone who has no idea what the hell is going on, and they've lost the plot, the point, none of that. We started up with Charlie Kirk, Egyptian planes. Now she's talking about something against her and Israel.
In a typical scenario, when somebody's murdered in broad daylight and they have $100 million organization behind them, it's common sense that you should check the people that work at that organization. Like, that's like the first people that you should begin to investigate. So we reject your naval intelligence psychological operation where you tell us that that's a weird thing to do. Okay. It's always somebody close to you. And if there's a financial motive, yeah. And I would say an organization of that size that misses their deadline, their tax deadline for the first time, that's a little weird.
What?
Yes, they did. A YouTube channel known as Wolves and Finance did a report on this, which I'm going to show. Now, this wasn't the people that I was working with, and there is somebody else that I told you that I'm going to have on my show that has been looking into this for a while. But this was extremely well done and at least brought forth some big questions that I think are on a lot of people's minds. How does an organization that size just miss not just they filed for an extension and then miss the extension deadline to file? Let's take a listen to a part of what they had to say.
Let's go look at the 990 forms that Turning Point USA submits to the IRS every year. These contain their annual financial statements. When you look at the forms, there are some very strange anomalies. Several of the 990 forms are missing. Turning Point USA lists 4 related entities. There's Turning Point USA, Turning Point Endowment, Turning Point Action, and America's Turning Point. All different organizations do slightly different things. The Form 990 for fiscal year 2024 is posted for Turning Point USA, but it is missing for all the other 3 organizations. It looks like it was never turned in. This is a massive red flag. So Tyler Boyer is being snarky on X.com and telling people to go look at the annual financial audit, but the financial audit is missing from last year for 3 of the 4 organizations. This strange decision to hide their financial statements happened 4 months before Charlie Kirk was murdered. I will repeat for clarity. Someone at Turning Point decided not to file 3 of the 4 of their annual financial statements 4 months before Charlie Kirk appointed a new COO, requested a new audit, and was murdered. Those 3 financial statements are still missing.
So to be clear, that was another point that they gaslit me on when I told you that it was unusual that 7 days before Charlie died, he said that he wanted to establish Doge, right? Tyler came out and lied, and he said, this is just totally regular. And Alex Clark said, oh, every year since I've been here, this is what we do. And the guy starts this video by being like, you have to be an idiot to accept that as an answer. Of course, doing an audit has nothing to do with internally establishing a Doge, right? He recognized that something was wrong at the organization. And as I told you, okay, because I do not miss on these things, he was not just concerned about where the money was going, he was concerned about where it was coming from. And what I can tell you about Charlie is that if Charlie got clued into something, if Charlie was at first trusting his lieutenant and then he suddenly said, wait a second, what's going on over here? And he decided that he wanted to figure something out, he would have figured that ish out by sundown. Okay. That is how brilliant he was. If it had his attention, he would have figured it out by sundown. What did Charlie discover is my question. Okay. Now, to correct something that he says there, he says 4 months before. That's the regular tax deadline. It is actually normal. It is for big companies to file for a tax extension, but they missed that deadline as well. I think that was October 15th was a tax extension deadline. They have missed them both, and that is completely abnormal. And he is correct. If you go back and you look at Turning Point USA's filings before, they always file all of them at the same time. So this is unusual.
You know, first of all, Candace, you don't think they can just get another extension? If the deadline was October 15th, Charlie Kirk was shot September 10th. How do you not know that they've already contacted the IRS and got an extension again? They lost their CEO. And they would have a reasonable justification to have missed this deadline when the entire company lost its CEO and then had to go into transitioning a new CEO. What if they have another arrangement and you just don't know it? This is insane. That's not something unusual. Maybe you missed the tax deadline because you have something going on with these organizations, especially when they lose the CEO. All they would have to do is show proof that, we had to deal with a whole new CEO, a transition, all these things. We need another extension. That's it. You do realize they're a nonprofit. They're not going to go to jail over it. They can easily get another extension. This is absurd.
That they've left off 3 of them. And I'm going to let him get into a deeper clip here where he discusses the quote unquote missing $8.6 million. Take a listen.
Let us look at the one financial statement we do have for fiscal year 2024 for Turning Point USA. Schedule I shows grants and other assistance to organizations, governments, and individuals in the United States. This schedule shows you where Turning Point is sending its money. We see that a lot of money, $8,560,625, is being sent to America's Turning Point. They are sending it to their own shell company. Now, this is not necessarily illegal, except for the fact that the financial statement for the other organization is missing. We cannot see how this $8.6 million is being spent. This is very important because there are strange variances around this money. I have pulled the last 5 years of 990 forms for Turning Point USA. Here is a table with contributions compared with the largest expense, which are the grants from Schedule I. You can immediately see a strange dip between 2022 and 2023. This dip happens because in prior years, they were sending money to Turning Point Endowment. They were transferring millions of dollars. This stopped in 2021, and they started ramping up sending money to America's Turning Point. Let's break this down. First of all, I find it really unethical.
Hold on. Go back.
They were sending money to Turning Point Endowment. They were transferring.
Pause. I see. Well, hold on. Do you see any numbers over here for 2022? Didn't he say that they filed 2024? Didn't he just say that? Or was it 2023?
from Schedule I. You can immediately see a strange dip between 2022 and 2023. This dip happens because in prior years, they were sending money to Turning Point Endowment. They were transferring millions of dollars. This stopped in 2021, and they started ramping up sending money to America's Turning Point. Let's break this down. First of all, I find it really unethical that they were sending millions of dollars to their own endowment. I know that a lot of nonprofits do this, but I think it is unethical. Do the donors know this is how Turning Point?
That's your thought, but is it illegal? That's just your opinion. Is it illegal to do that? It makes no sense. Based on what he's showing, let me pull this up. Okay. Filing responsibility once I receive apply for my tax exempt status. An organization that normally has $50,000 or more in gross receipts and that is required to file an exempt organization, information return must file either this form here, the Form 990, or Form 990 EZ, short form. The filing phase in for more information about which return to file. The return is due on the 15th day of the 5th month after the end of the organization's fiscal year. The due date may be extended for 6 months without showing cause by filing Form 8868 before the due date without showing cause. You can back file up, 2-3 years? So if they show cause, then what? And this is based on annual gross receipts. I'm like, what? I'm just trying to figure out here. Was there a possibility for them? Hold on. They have application for recognition of exemption, exempt requirements, 501c3 organizations, required filings. Hold on. Isn't that what I just read? Yeah. You can't make this up, man. This is so I don't see where it's illegal, though. It said without just cause. You can't make this up. I'm going to do this a little bit more research on this. Let me get back to it. I'm going to do a little bit more research because this is, if he's saying it's my opinion that it's unethical, but it's not illegal, then what is the deal? This is crazy.
Point is spending their money. Turning Point USA is taking in donations and then sending the money to their endowment to invest in the stock market. In my opinion, they should be spending donations on operating their nonprofit, not on buying investments. As of fiscal year 2023, they had $61 million of assets in the endowment, which was generating $1.9 million a year of investment income. Personally, I think that's an unethical way to run a nonprofit, but that's just my opinion. But what is important here is what happened to the missing $8.6 million, the amount sent to America's Turning Point in fiscal year 2024. The amount of money sent to America's Turning Point was getting larger and larger, and because the financial statements are missing, we cannot tell how this money was spent. If we look at the prior year, the majority of the money was spent on other salaries and wages. How is this possible when America's Turning Point reports 0 employees? Does anyone else think that sounds a little suspicious? In my opinion, what I think is happening is I think there are fake people on the payroll. I think that paychecks are getting sent to people who do not really exist. And that would explain why we have a company with 0 employees with millions of dollars of salary expense.
Yeah, that sounds highly suspicious to me, especially when you add in the fact that Charlie wanted to establish a Doge 7 days before he died. When you also add in the fact that they're all telling strange lies, when you also add in the fact that there is this weird psychological campaign to tell us not to look at Turning Point USA, or we're going to go to hell, essentially. They're like using biblical passage to tell us why it's not moral. Do they think we are this soft and persuadable? Like, do we look like the kinds of people that are just going to watch an assassination in broad daylight and just let it go because some influencers insist that we do? No, sorry. It's not 1963. You're not going to get away with it this time. Anyways, he then goes on to describe how they conducted their own audits using a firm called Baker Tilly. I'll let him take it away.
What about Tyler Boyer's argument that they have an annual financial audit every year? If what I'm saying is true, why wouldn't their annual audit catch these issues? The annual financial audit for Turning Point USA, Inc. and its affiliates was performed by an accounting firm called Baker Tilly. In the notes, they explain that they audited Turning Point USA, Turning Point Action, Turning Point Endowment, America's Turning Point, and TP USA Merch. That usually means they audited all the shell companies when they provided their opinion that the statements present fairly in all material respects. That means it is a clean audit with no problems. I wonder if Baker Tilly will provide an explanation why they can issue a flawless audit report when 3 990 forms were never filed with the IRS. And just to clarify, Baker Tilly's audit opinion letter is signed after Turning Point missed the filing date with the IRS. So there is no excuse for Baker Tilly not to mention this in their audit opinion. Erica Kirk assumed the role of CEO of Turning Point USA on September 18th, 2025, 8 days after Charlie Kirk was murdered. She has been the CEO for almost 2 months. She needs to answer these questions. If someone has lied on the 990 form, people go to jail for that.
She needs to answer the questions to the IRS. What I have not heard is we have inside information. Here's the documentation that they have not contacted the IRS. They don't know what they could be communicating and what kind of arrangement they could have with the IRS. This is, I mean, he's saying all of this in his opinion. Okay, thank you for your opinion.
I want some explanation of why Turning Point USA sent $8.6 million to their shell company and then did not file financial statements. And Erica, I don't know who does the accounting at Turning Point, but if they have not been telling you about any of this, you need to fire your accountants immediately.
I think all valid points. And again, just to modify, it is possible that when they used that outside auditor, that they showed them all of the documentation and then they gave them a clean bill of health. And then for whatever reason, Turning Point decided not to file. It's possible. Okay. Like I said, probably a low probability, but it is plausible that they did that. But it is just a fact that they missed the filing extension deadline. So what's going on here? Where did the 8.5 million go? And what's also compelling about this video, which we didn't show, is that he clarifies that Turning Point USA actually decreased their staff, the 501c3 arm, 33%. By 33%, there was a 33% staff reduction. And yet the cost of salaries somehow went up. And to him, that looks suspicious. And I agree, that looks suspicious, right? And this, of course, is the kind of pressure that needs to be put on them. Yes, I said it was a very bad idea right off the bat for Erica, who's grieving her husband, to then instantly become a chairman and the CEO, because these are valid questions now that people are asking. And a chairman and a CEO is going to have to respond to those questions. You have to answer these questions when people are asking about money, especially given the fact that so many people, I mean, they cleared over $70 million in the first couple of weeks after Charlie was assassinated. Okay, that's a lot of well-meaning people that are giving money to this organization who are now learning how this organization functions by routing the bulk of their money, or to a lot of their money, rather, not the bulk of it, into their endowment fund, right? That is not okay. We deserve answers to the questions that we are asking, and we're going to keep asking them. Okay, we're going to keep asking them because I know there are snakes at Turning Point USA, and I'm going to reveal more to you guys tomorrow. First, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with.
So does she have her tax forms filed for Candace Owens LLC and George Tommy? You know, because we're just asking questions here. This isn't madness here. She's saying basically it was a bad idea to put her in that role, you know. But if that was the wishes of Charlie Kirk, who are you to determine whether or not she's able to do this or not? What proof do they have that they may have contacted the IRS? I'm sure they have a tax attorney of some sort. And if they need one, they can get it. You can't make this up.
Some comments and answers to your questions. All right, you guys, and all the time that I've been endorsing my wireless company, Pure.
I know.
By me, CandaceOwens.com, signed copies. He got there in his car. He just picked someone up and he left. So not only did he run away from Charlie when he got shot, but he didn't even go into the hospital to see what was happening to him. And this proves more that Rob McCoy was lying about this so-called blood all over him, because we were thinking maybe it happened at the hospital. So where did this so-called blood come from? That was apparently all over Mikey, because it wasn't when he got shot and it wasn't at the hospital. The channel it's on is Coach Colin's channel, who has been doing some really great content daily on Charlie. Okay, I will say I did not vet that information. Obviously, we, no matter what, pulled a top comment from a previous episode for him, because we were thinking maybe it happened at the hospital. So where did...
Hold on. What am I saying? A witness has come forward to say that Mikey never even went into the hospital at all. When he got there in his car, he just picked someone up and left. So not only did he run away from Charlie when he got shot, but he didn't go to the hospital to see what was happening to him. What didn't the head of security say that some of the men went back to find people who they thought were other victims to make sure that there was no other injured persons out there. He stayed on the scene to direct what was going on. That's what I'm like. Mikey was there at the hospital. This is insane. Was he there at the hospital still? You can't make this up. Yes, he went to the hospital. Okay. What? Why pick on Mikey McCoy? That's like saying, well, the others, security guards, they stayed behind to try to find victims. They don't care. Wait, what? Exactly. Who? This is somebody that posted up something. I could have sworn I've seen the same handle in a comment section on one of my videos. It looks awfully close to someone that has this similar name of their YouTube channel. This is unbelievable. Why even point him out like this? What is her gripe with Mikey McCoy here and Rob McCoy? Because she's saying people are lying, but she's not proving how they're lying and what they lied about.
This so-called blood come from that was apparently all over Mikey because it wasn't when he got shot and it wasn't at the hospital. The channel it's on is Coach Colin's channel, who has been doing some really great content daily on Charlie. Okay, I will say I did not vet that information. Obviously, we, no matter what, pull the top comment from a previous episode. I did see something going around on TikTok, and I can try to reach out to that person, but it's an eyewitness account until we have actual proof. It's basically their word versus his word. So we'd have to see something to be able to verify that. But everyone, by the way, I want to say to all the YouTubers, even if you're making small mistakes, the way that this works is they want to be feeling
making small mistakes, because the candy ass cult followers, heaven forbid, they allow someone to make a small mistake. Yeah, no. You need to get a handle on your cult followers, because you can't make a mistake unless you're sitting here kissing Candace's ass because cult-like mentality. Yeah, no. Small mistakes, what's that? Oh, no, don't show that you're human for once and make a mistake. Oh, no. You kidding me? She doesn't even care about the investigation. Even if you make small mistakes, as long as it's flattering to her, I guess she'll permit that from the ones that kiss her ass. If you sit here and say anything remotely close to something they don't want to hear, oh, yeah, hell no. No, you can't make no mistakes. What? Oh, everybody's lying. You're just a sheeple. No, but I do know how to Google and read. Even for things I don't know, I'm researching it. And I could have sworn this kid that she's referring to, I'm gonna go to his channel after this, because there's a you know what? I'm gonna do it now. No. What's his name? Is Coach Colin? Is this the same one that did somebody did an interview with an auditor? Is that the same? Oh no, DDG got a podcast. Because they gravitate towards anyone that speaks either highly of her or neutral. You say something they don't like, though. Nah. Nah, you can't do that. Didn't he do an interview? I'm trying to see. I thought he had a video up he did with an auditor of some sort. This is insane. I could have sworn somebody did a interview with the Turning Point, or someone that did an audit for a Turning Point. I was just watching it earlier. I promise you all. Let me see if I can find it in my. Hold on. Because I saw it earlier. Here it is.
What we're about to go through. I just want to make clear everything is linked to government websites. This is not like the Alex Jones InfoWars blog. This is the IRS.gov, where you can pull up their 990s, which is the tax form, and state and federal websites to see who the LLC is registered to, right? Because that's important to know. If Turning Point is giving $10 million to an LLC,
Okay,
who owns the
this is
LLC?
what I wanted to show here. So this kid did an interview with a Charlie Kirk TP USA auditor. It's worse than we thought, right? And you go down here, look who you see in the comments. So she had to correct this kid, even though she's watching it. She calls herself correcting this. This is a small mistake she's talking about here. As long as it's not something where she doesn't like it, her and the candy asses. So this is a small mistake with him saying that she has a nonprofit. Only a few minutes in, but foremost, I do not have a not-for-profit. I sold Blexit to Turning Point USA years ago. Why? And they want to see him talking about money being transferred between sub companies here. But she sold Blexit to Turning Point years ago. This is my first time hearing it. Did anyone know that? I'm serious. Did anyone know she sold Blexit to Turning Point? This is insane. So, I mean, why not show your actual tax statements and revenue that you receive, Candace, under your Candace Owens LLC or Georgetown Inc.? Because you claim people trying to bankrupt you and all. And then she says, I never made any controversial money. Yeah, no, you just collect YouTube checks based on controversy and conspiracy theories. That would be controversial money. This is something else. I do not run any not-for-profit, and I did not go through the finances because I have a forensic auditor working on it. Who's your forensic auditor, Candace? Who's yours? Are the candy asses going to go out, the mommy sleuths, impersonating agents and officers? Are they going to go out and pull her tax returns? Is she going to post her stuff up? What about the documents about the 2 Egyptian planes? Where is this going? You can't make this stuff up. So she's got comments here in this particular content creator's video about not having a not-for-profit. I'm not an expert on 501c3, so I did not feel equipped to run through this myself. Who's your forensic auditor then? And you sold Blexit to Turning Point USA. So you got a check out of them for selling Blexit. And you don't bring that up conveniently? Why didn't you ask these questions a while back, Candace? Aren't you supposed to be researching this stuff? But she sold Blexit to them and took whatever money they gave her for Blexit. Okay. So if we go back to whatever, how many years ago this was, then we expect to see that sale. We expect to see that as some sort of expense on their tax forms. So, I mean, why not get Candace tax forms, right? She should have it for her LLC and that Georgetown Inc. Yeah, you should have it. No, don't make controversial money with the IRS when it comes to the IRS. But yeah, get it from YouTube, though, based on controversy and conspiracy theories. We're still waiting on the documentation about them 2 planes, girl. This is the last video I want to show here. Steve Crowder gave a response.
They took out.
Yeah, because we need to see this. Shout out to Steve Crowder because, yeah, we're going to watch it. This makes no sense. Candace, while you get documentation gathered together for these 2 Egyptian planes, you know, the blue and yellow one, we're going to check out Stephen Crowder. Because if we look at your tax forms, you better have them. This is madness. And poor Mikey, again, because she just loathes him for no reason. It's like anyone in his life, anyone else that was close to him, she's just trying to butcher to the ground. That's some horrible. This guy's talking about his opinion. Okay. But would it hold up in court? Because what he did not do is prove that he violated the law. And he has not shown any evidence or documentation that Turning Point may or may not have contacted the IRS. How do you know they have not tried to sit down and talk with them about the extension and tell them what's going on? Because he said you get a 6-month extension without just cause, without having to show cause of it. How do they know that Turning Point did not reach out to the IRS to try to get something worked out so they can submit these forms?
They took out a clip of that book club, from that book club, and accused me of accusing Erica of murdering her husband. I mean, they manufactured that claim out of thin air, and then they made it go viral. They sent it out to all the right people, Stephen Crowder. And this was all happening because I mentioned the Egyptian plane. This plane crossed with Erica.
What she just showed you would be very much in line with basic service maintenance repairs. And of course, Candace, with the initial story, missed the time of the flight of departure from Provo by about 6 hours. After hiding it for years, I need to complain. I've been outed. If you haven't heard the news about me, just watch this clip, and to my everlasting shame, you'll understand.
I had to learn at a very young age to read people. I think that's my superpower, actually. Just being able to look at someone and sense danger or sense deceit. And by the way, I should mention with Stephen Crowder, I have never been a fan. He just always gave me the energy of a pathological liar. I trust my gut. I don't trust influencer campaigns. My gut started to tell me that they suddenly began panicking when I discovered the Egyptian planes. They did what we now term a pre-bunking, and then they send out like a full fleet against you to not even actually debunk you, but they're just so extreme in not debunking you.
Like
they
using
sent
their gut?
undercover operatives to sign up for my private book club that I kept on Tuesday. They took out a clip of that book club, from that book club, and accused me of accusing Erica of murdering her husband. I mean, they manufactured that claim out of thin air, and then they made it go viral. They sent it out to all the right people.
You can't make this up. They just laughing, man. You can't help but to laugh. You just can't. You can't help but to laugh. This is absolutely absurd. No evidence whatsoever. Goat said, wow, she sold Blexit. Makes sense. She probably had nothing to do with the ideas of Blexit and it just was a face. She's too dumb to have any ideas of her own. Exactly. Candace, how much did you earn from that sale? Because the comment specifically says she sold it. How much did you get out of that, Candace? You know, because you don't make controversial money or anything. Why didn't that conveniently show up? How much money did you stand to profit out of that sale, Candace? And even if, you know, what's so crazy is if Turning Point bought Blexit from her, more than likely they did it as a favor. Because why would she not keep it? I don't understand it. If it was so profitable and doing so well, why would you even sell it? Why do that? Make that make sense. This is crazy. You can't even, man, you can't make this stuff up. All right. I guess we'll be trying to find her tax forms for her LLC. This is nuts.
Stephen Crowder, right? Because I said he was betrayed by everyone. Obviously, what I meant was Erica Kirk murdered her husband. And this was all happening because I mentioned the Egyptian plane. I am certain. I am telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet. Now, these are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica.
Okay.
I truly hope Egypt just offers the biggest slapback response that they can possibly render. Because two things that's insulting about that is, one, Egypt somehow is doing something on behalf of Israel, I guess. or she's just trying to form that connection to Israel somehow, even though Egypt is a separate country on a different continent. And then 2, you're insinuating that our United States military, particularly the Air Force, would be okay with a blue and yellow plane from Egypt flying in our airspace without any just cause or anything, without a purpose, and somehow it was not shot out of the sky. This is how fantastical this stuff is. Aside from the fact that she did not show photos of the blue and yellow planes, she just showed a stock photo of a white plane with red stripes. It wasn't even blue. No photo of the yellow plane at all. And somehow we're just supposed to accept these little points, the maps, this stuff she made up out of nowhere with no corroborating evidence behind it. She didn't even prove that the plane was blue in the photo. We have no way to know that that was any data related to an actual blue Egyptian plane, because she has not actually identified the plane itself. She has not shown evidence or proof that this plane exists. And then we can, from that to Israel, to now something with taxes, not even knowing if they actually communicated with the IRS. They have enough money to get tax attorneys that can advocate for them to the IRS. And you get some dude that's just sitting here talking about my opinion. It's my opinion. It's my opinion. Okay. Is it illegal? Is it illegal? Is it illegal? If it's not illegal, then you just stuck with your opinion. And it shouldn't even matter when she doesn't sit here and tell anybody how much money she earned when she sold Blexit.
And crossed with Erica.
You can't make this up. It's illegal.
The Egyptian, but I can spend a lot of time. No, Wichita, Kansas, by the way, is listed no less than 8 times as a destination on that spreadsheet for the plane SUBTT. It's an Egyptian-owned Dassault Falcon 7X. And just so you know, Wichita is like one of those primary, it's like a global hub in certified FAA service centers. And Dassault has had Wichita State University, a partnership with them since 2015. And this, what she just showed you would be very much in line with basic service maintenance repairs. And of course, Candace, with the initial story, missed the time of the flight of departure from Provo by about 6 hours. Confused coordinated universal time with Utah time. So none of this spreadsheet does zero to substantiate Erica's whereabouts.
Nothing.
It just would look like any routine service record, maintenance record at this point. I don't know if
and it says plus or minus 3 days.
Yeah, plus or minus 3 days.
For each one of those.
Which is very broad to take part in an assassination plot. Like you show up, you're like, what? He's not at the grassy? No, he's here 3 days ago.
Well, yeah, whenever I stalk somebody, I always make sure to arrive 3 days later and ask about where they were.
It's give or take. You know, we're going to kill him around noon.
Utah.
She does have a point, though.
Hold on.
From Provo by about 6 hours. Confused, coordinated universal.
6 hours. The timeline is off by 6 damn hours. This is coming from the same person, Candace, who did not know what UTC was. They just showed, this is how you show documentation. This is it. Sources that can actually be researched by the general public. He has all sources available in the description and louderwithcrowder.com. So the sources he got this information from is right here. You can click on this and it's going to take you to all that information. Because that's what you do when you're trying to have some level of integrity in your reporting. Especially when you want to call yourself a journalist or anything related to investigatory. You have your sources, you have your information. I do that as well. I put the resources in my description of my videos, especially if I'm showing information online. I put the links in there so that anyone should be able to go back and read that same information. Candace did not present any information that was related to a blue plane with that actual the tag number, the number associated with it. Not even a photo, not a still image from an airport camera, nothing. And then what she posts up is a stock photo. Can't make this up. And it's not blue. Where's the yellow plane? You man, come on.
Time with Utah time. So none of the spreadsheet does zero to substantiate Erica's whereabouts.
Nothing.
It just would look like any routine service record, maintenance record at this point. I don't know if she
And it says
knows
plus or minus 3 days.
Yeah, plus or minus 3 days.
For each one of those.
Which is very broad to take part in an assassination plot. Like you show up, you're like, what? He's not at the grassy knoll. He's here 3 days ago.
Well, yeah. Whenever I talk to somebody, I always make sure to arrive 3 days later and ask about where they were.
It's give or take. You know, we're gonna kill him around noonish.
Utah time.
Utah.
She does have a point, though. You know, not only that, of course, I've been paid to call her the C word, but a point with the boulevards.
What is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? Like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock out. Like, they're gonna get talking about a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave a freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you.
She's too close to the target. She has a point when the government does a hit job and it's on the inside.
I knew something was fishy.
Look, here's the thing. I was extended an invitation to World War debate. It's an event in January. I
knew something was fishy.
Wait a minute.
I knew something was fishy.
Look, here's the thing. I was extended an invitation to World War debate. It's an event in January. I accepted. As I understand it, Candace Owens declined $30,000. By the way, she can have mine. Make it $60,000 if she wants to do it. I'd be happy to sit down and have a conversation and debate where it's moderated. And if you want to open your books, we'll open our books too to see who's paid by what. Beyond that, we're not going to do the back and forth.
Right, yeah. Because Candace, you could just open up your books. Yeah, that'll definitely be fun to see. Candace, I hope you file tax returns and stuff for Candace Owens LLC. And of course, you know, Georgetown Inc., to which you're making all this stupid money. Talking about the death of someone you called a friend. And then you turn around and blame Egyptian airplanes for following his wife. Now you're putting her in a position to be more paranoid than she already is. Plus, she still got to grieve. There's a protection order in place, you know, to keep her safe. She's saying she doesn't believe Tyler Robinson's the shooter, but won't say who is the shooter to get the bad guy off the street. Because I guess she just wants the shooter to be out there roaming the earth. You know, because if you're going to sit here and say, I know for a fact Tyler Robinson didn't do it. He was maybe a part of it, but he didn't pull the trigger. And then you still don't show evidence to prove who did it. So you just want the shooter to just walk free. She provided no evidence to show the actual person that pulled the trigger if Tyler Robinson did not do it. Because somebody did. We're not even any closer to figuring that out. In Candace's mind, in her world, wherever she is, you know, on another planet in a different galaxy, you can just say things and not produce evidence. And, you know, people should just go with it and then bow down and worship the ground you walk on. You can't make this up. Candace, produce the evidence of whomever shot Charlie Kirk, since you claim it's not Tyler Robinson.
Social media, the invitation, Mrs. Owens, is always open. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
My office right now.
Wow.
Swear, Sam, I'm in the middle of a show. Sam, I'm in the middle of a show.
Stephen, I know the demands on your time are considerable, but I had to call you with a very serious disciplinary infraction. On the show a little bit ago, you called Candace Owens.
So that was actually an either-or equation.
Be that as it may, this Meshuggah infraction is very serious, and I'm going to have to discipline you by reading you the Riot Act. Please read this manual here.
$7,000.
Stephen, I hope that you read this fully and think about
Got it.
I know,
Was there an envelope for me?
No, there wasn't one for you. You have to reach a certain.
Where's my envelope? To the candy asses. When am I getting this $7,000 from the Israeli Prime Minister? When is mine coming? Because Christmas is coming up. I got 2 kids. We can have one fantastic Christmas with $7,000. I'm waiting on my $7,000, Benjamin Netanyahu. As a matter of fact, make it $177,777.77. You know, if you really want to get creative, to the Israeli Prime Minister, see, please send me $777,777.77. We can do all sevens, and I will be okay with that. Because the candy ass cult follower said, "You owe me a lot of money, Benjamin Netanyahu." He owed me some money. Where is my envelope?
Threshold.
What envelope are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I think he was talking about I collect stamps.
Yes.
I actually left an envelope for you in your office, Gerald.
Yeah.
You should open it alone.
Yeah, ignore the powdered sugar.
Yeah.
And the pictures.
Hey, you like what you saw? I don't know.
Y'all, seeing that mural with George Floyd with that hat on and he you can't make this stuff up. Oh God. Okay. All right. So the shooter plot has too many holes in it. What are the holes? And I want proof. I want evidence. I want documentation. What are those holes? Not your theories, not what Candace said. What are the holes you believe exist? And show me evidence of these holes. Too many holes, but not even saying what those specific holes are. Because, you know, the tree in the dirt and the hole in the ground, and then the green grass grew all around. What are your holes here? You can't make this up. Anyone who disagrees with her or whomever she disagrees with is involved. You know, because, I mean, obviously, right? Half of the internet is involved. She's going to go down a laundry list of YouTubers next and start accusing all of us, you know, because we said things and she didn't like it in words. The end. You can't make this up. I want my $777,777.77. Yeah, let's put all sevens in the chat. 777,000. Because I want my money, bro. Benjamin Netanyahu, please hurry up and send me that. All these sevens, I want it in a check. Where's my envelope? I feel left out here. You kidding me? I want my money. Gun capacity, gun disassemble. There should be, you know what? Read the indictment first. Have you read it? Because Candace did not. Okay. I just, you know, Candace didn't read it. Any evidence outside of that they may have, no one is getting it. Candace ain't getting it because laws. We have laws. This is insane. That's not a hole that, and even what you're saying here, you're talking about the gun. That's not a hole that insinuates Israel or Steven Crowder or all of us or Turning Point USA. You're saying the holes are gun capacity, and gun disassemble. What the hell does that have to do with Israel or the Egyptian planes? What did the gun assemble? 2 points you made about the gun. How does that have anything to do with Israel? Or the blue and yellow planes flying around in our U.S. airspace from Egypt that obviously, according to Candace, no one knew was up there, no purpose for being here, as if we would not shoot things out the sky. You really think we will allow two bright ass Egyptian planes in the air and not know their purpose for being over here in our airspace on U.S. soil when they land? Are you serious? These two things have nothing to do with Israel. How did Israel get involved? Gun assemble, gun capacity, nothing to do with Israel. Still, You can't make this up. This is nuts. A pregnant mommy sleuth spent 15 hours finding her information. You believe the text is legit? What text? Because someone has already debunked that Candace Owens was forging text. And do you really think that the text is the only evidence that they're going to produce for this trial? Because I can tell you right now, they're not. If this whole case was just built upon the aspect of text messages, he would walk free. It wouldn't even be a point in trying to take that indictment to court. Because evidence is supposed to corroborate each other. So whether you think these text messages are forged, why is that being treated as if it's the only evidence that's going to be presented in this case? She could sit here and nitpick through all this evidence if she wants to. This is more of a reason why we have federal laws in place that says that it should not be released to the public because it invokes way too much bias and it sullies the jury selection. You have evidence that's going to be admitted into this case that has personal identifiable information. And that is not something we need to know right now. Once again, if Candace knows who the real shooter is, why isn't she showing evidence to lead to the actual shooter? If Tyler Robinson didn't do it, someone did. Who is that person? Why aren't you all asking her these questions? He confessed but forgot that evidence. You can't make this up. This is ridiculous. This case is not based on just text. Oh my goodness. And the text that Candace came up with, I guess the candy asses are okay with that. You know, if she forged them all day, it's good. Man. Oh, dear God. No one knows she's trying to find out. That's not something she's going to be able to find out. If she can't even get surveillance camera footages of these planes, why is she asking you all to do something that you're not going to be able to do? Unless you go and hack into something. She could have started with a FOIA request and see where that went. This makes no sense. George Jones' song. He stopped loving her. She's not very, first of all, she's not trying to find out anything because she's already said she does not care about the investigation. Candace has already said in a video she does not care about the investigation. That came out of her mouth. So if she doesn't care about the investigation, she's not an agent. She's not a law enforcement. She doesn't work for the court. She's not entitled to evidence related to an open federal investigation because we have federal laws that says you're not getting it. And even with information that she has been told, let's take the example of the medical information about the bullet destroying the vertebral disc C1 through C6 that Sean, the head of security, spoke about. You have two people that said the same thing. That got this information from the doctor that did the autopsy. And Candace didn't even acknowledge that. And then said, I know for a fact that his neck was not destroyed. But showed no evidence to the contrary. No documentation. Not a photo, nothing to support that. So what the hell? She's not doing anything. Where is the evidence to prove that his neck was not destroyed. If someone had evidence. No, that's what she's supposed to be getting. That's for her to go on that fact-finding mission for herself. She's the one claiming to be the journalist. She throws out these stupid statements and red meat to her base, and then expects people to respond and try to corroborate it. And then if you debunk it and say she's lying, well, see, told you all, everybody else is lying. They got something to hide. She's going with whatever people are responding to, which is why they need to stop damn responding. It is not the duty of anyone else to sit here and gather evidence for her. She's supposed to be the damn journalist. And evidence that she wants, she's not entitled or privy to get. Now, she can keep pretending as if she's not bound by the rule of law if she wants to. She'll get the indictment herself of a lifetime with interference and obstruction. My whole point is, if she knows someone else pulled that trigger, why won't she say who did it? Why won't she put up the documentation and evidence to show someone else did it? Why is she sitting here saying he didn't? Because otherwise, what the hell is she doing? All this time, she hasn't produced a shred of evidence to prove someone else put the trigger. So what's she doing? Busy work? Y'all understand? No, she is responsible to get the evidence. Nope. Period. That is her to post up that documentation. I don't give a damn about some mommy sleuth pretending to be an agent. She is the one saying that there's documentation she verified and did not post that up. She posted up a file she typed up information on, but can't FOIA for surveillance camera footage at an airport of two bright ass planes that you wouldn't be able to miss if someone gave you all the money. Blue and yellow. You can't make this stuff up, man. All right, y'all. God. I'm going. No, who's shutting her up? Is she shutting up because we want her to? Has she shut up so far? She's been on this since September 10th, September 11th. Has she shut up so far? She the one out here saying, I'm going to violate a gag order that she somehow wants to have applied to her. She didn't even post up the gag order she thinks applies to her. You all are not even demanding evidence from her. You're not even asking for it. The first thing she said when she first said the gag order thing, first thing I said is post the gag order up. What gag order do you think is applicable to you, Candace? Y'all can't ask her that. It's a simple question. This is stuff she's put out there. She's going to violate a gag order that does not apply to her. And yet no one is asking her to produce the damn gag order. So even if we all want her to shut the hell up, has she done that? No. It's madness to think, though, that Candace and these cult followers think that everyone else should shut up. So our free speech and free press, the rights to such, should be infringed upon because Candace Owens does not like the fact people aren't agreeing with her when she has not provided documentation or evidence. Where's the video footage of Tyler Robinson walking with a woman? She said that the video that they have was proctored. So where's the full-length video that was not proctored? Do you understand? This is how we handle, the candy asses here. Because none of that works on me. That don't work on me. The fact that she has not shut up is an indication no one is trying to get her to stop talking or asking questions. But her theories is not based on evidence. And now she's sitting here putting Erica Kirk into a more stressful situation by putting it out there that Egyptian planes are following her everywhere she goes. Who the hell needs that nonsense? This is insane. But she's not doing, and you know what's so crazy? I'm fine with her saying whatever she wants. Yeah, because any and everything she say can and will be used against her in a court of law. She's got a lawsuit pending. So all of this is doing nothing but building a foundation to show her character, to show that this is a pattern of behavior, with her ability to lie with ease and not show any evidence to support all this nonsense. And the things that she's saying is causing people to be cyber harassed, cyber bullied, doxxed, and receive online death threats. People have had, this man the head of security sat down yesterday. Somebody tell me, remind me of his name. What was his name? Hold on. Brian Harpo. Brian Harpo did a whole interview. And he had his credit card stolen, information about him doxxed, his wife, his children, family members, not just him, but all of his security team. They've been subjected to doxing and cyber harassment and cyberbullying. They're getting death threats. So what she's saying is very dangerous because she's not proving it. And then you got people acting upon it. They're just going with it. Yeah, let's just go ahead and steal his credit cards. Let's do all this stuff to these people because reasons. Never mind the fact that I'm sure this man already feels guilty that he lost someone on his watch. And it was someone he worked for 8 years and considered a friend. It's like she doesn't think anyone else is hurting. It's soulless. It's evil. It's vile. Because she's not thinking about the aftermath and the consequences coming behind this. And she still does not produce documentation. No matter how bad I wanted that damn email to show that she did not receive a degree, I still posted it out there. I still put it up. Because it's information that I verified regarding her having a degree. I had no reason to withhold that and then lie about it. That's how you lose integrity. You can't sit here and say the things she's saying is not causing people to suffer irreparable harm and damage, because it is. Posting up college kids, doxing people, it's so stupid. And for what? Why hasn't she denounced Nicholas? Was it Nicholas Ray? Why has she not denounced his actions of threatening Jewish conservatives? But yet she wants to protect a mommy sleuth impersonating an agent or an investigator. But she doesn't care if a Jewish conservative gets a death threat. That's what makes it dangerous. People are being actually harmed and suffering harm and damage from that. So if you don't want to have a soul, don't. I don't, it is dangerous. It's very dangerous. There's no excuse in that. There's no excuse you can offer to justify people being cyber harassed, bullied, and doxxed. None. I should not be saying anything or putting out any information that will lead to somebody being doxxed. I didn't even do that asking about her damn degree. I just wanted confirmation one was issued. It's insane. The whole plane thing is exactly. Thank you so much, Common Sense. She's doing this whole plane nonsense because her narratives were debunked yesterday by the head of Charlie's security. It's a diversion tactic. Exactly. Because there is no way she'll be able to go behind that and say, oh no, he's lying about everything. She wasn't there. And then she posted up the photo of the kid at the campus because he was wearing a green hoodie. Then 2 more students after that, just the day before, because one of them would not give her an interview. This is what she does. She attacks any and everybody that gives any resemblance of rejection. Now they're subjected to this. She literally said, I'm going to oust another Jewish donor. Just doing it so bold and brazen. You can't make this stuff up. You think those kids going to school to sit here and have their photos put up on her channel, knowing that it's going to send all these cult members after them to sit here and harass and bully them? And for what? Why does she need to know who these people are? You got to get personal identifiable information to do that. That is doxing. It makes no sense. What do you mean it doesn't fall under free speech? No. If you got to sit here and put people's information out there, you're doxing. That is not covered by free speech. It's not covered by the First Amendment. What do you mean? It's illegal. It's a cybercrime. This is the thing. Read laws. Why don't y'all read some laws? You don't get to sit here and dox someone and release personal identifiable information. That is a crime. So if she's reported to the FBI and all these so-called mommy sleuths, then what? Because then she'll be crying the victim. She gets sued. And let me be clear. These so-called mommy sleuths, don't think that they're hiding behind a YouTube channel. That stuff can be uncovered under an investigation. And they can be subjected to being sued as well for aiding in this nonsense. Gathering information on people so they can get doxing for what? She didn't have to expose donors. There's no reason to do that. None. They deserve the right to remain confidential if they are. They don't have to be disclosed. She does not have to expose these donors. It's irrelevant because she can't provide documentation to prove that they have anything to do with the death of Charlie Kirk. None. She's talking about ousting someone. No, absolutely not. Docs, let's start with Phil Lyman and his cousin. The doctors at the hospital. The kid with the green hoodie. She wants information on the other 2 college students, one of which she wanted to interview with, and he pushed it to the side. Charlie Kirk's medical file. She did that without consent. You don't get to disseminate personal health information, especially when it's clearly identifiable. Meaning you're not confused when you saw that post of the screenshot from the hospital that we're looking at Charlie Kirk's admission into that hospital. It had his name and date of birth. So that was given to her illegally in violation of HIPAA privacy laws from a medical staff. And then she disseminated that information without consent. So if Erica wanted to sue her for it, guess what? Candace would be liable for damages. No one gave her consent to do that. Especially with the way she obtained it. It was illegal. This is ridiculous. And no one cares if y'all care about the donors. They don't deserve to be doxxed. They don't deserve to be outed. She said she was going to out another Jewish donor. It's irrelevant. 3 Jewish conservatives have been threatened with their lives. How much more soulless are you all planning to get with this? You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this stuff up. And I'm not even trying to convince any of the candy asses to stop following her because y'all going to do it anyway. but at least ask her questions and challenge her when it comes to these documentation. If she's got documentation on these planes, why didn't she just post it up? Why didn't she post up the 15 hours worth of whatever research she's saying that this impersonating officer, agent, investigator, mommy sleuth sent to her? Why not post that information up? Why not post it up? Man, it's so crazy. It's crazy. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. We get through dialogue here. I mean, and I appreciate you guys engaging in the chat. I will never agree to doxing. I don't need to know anything about no Jewish donor when she can't tie them to being responsible for someone's death. No. And if she gets sued like hell, it'll be on her. I feel like all the Turning Point need to be filing a class action lawsuit on her. This is getting out of control. No one should be subjected to having their life threatened. None. It's not already out there. It wasn't. She literally said, I'm going to oust another Jewish donor. Did you miss that part? That means information regarding that donor was not available to the public. Let's not pretend like you can't have private donors and sponsors. If they want to remain confidential, they can. Even if he put the amount that they contributed and donated on the taxes, he doesn't have to list the names. It's not public information. No. You need to look up doxing. Google the law. Y'all need to read. None of her folks are reading. You can't make this up. They're not reading. Those donations are private. They don't have to be doxed. Absolutely not. That's all I'm saying. I'm not stopping her from nobody. No one can really shut her up. She said the only two people that can shut up is Erica Kirk and George Farmer. And obviously, Erica Kirk is not stunning her. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's a reason why Erica Kirk hasn't even said her name. She want her to know she's not thinking about it. Period. She's not. But if she does respond, I hope it's with an attorney. There's no one, she disseminated Charlie Kirk's medical information. I mean, talking about I'm going to oust another Jewish donor. Get the fuck out of here. That's not public information. It's not public information. Nope. You can't make this up. And I Google the laws. I share that information on the channel here, and I make sure people are informed of that. So when I say it's doxing, I can actually point to the law and what is considered to be doxing and the type of information that is considered to be the personal identifiable information that is not available to the public. That's why it's called doxing. Because that's just common sense if you read the law. It makes no sense. Because that's what she said. It was a Jewish donor. She said that. She's making a point to say Jewish. Are you missing that? She said it's a Jewish donor. She literally said when she did the video with Charlie Kirk telling Tucker Carlson, go Max. It was backstage on the show. She said, here's another Jewish donor. She said that. So why not question her as to why she's making a point to say Jewish donor? You can't make this up. me. Thank you, Care Bear. All right, let's get to the supers right quick. Ooh, child. I'm like I said, I'm not here to try to change the candy asses. They think what they didn't. You guys are not Googling, reading, researching anything. Start with reading the law. Doxing is not sitting here considered First Amendment protected free speech. It is not. That's so absurd. That can be Google. That's a Google search. You just gonna have to Google and read about doxing. Period. It's a matter of law. She's not above it. Yuck 2.0 gifted 10 LLC memberships. Thank you so much. Yuck, I appreciate your support. Oh my God. So 10 more people got memberships. I hope you all enjoy it. There's some great content there. And I got to do a members only live. I got to. I want to hang out with you all. Christmas time's coming up. I would love to be able to have a watch party with a couple Christmas movies. I'm a huge fan of A Christmas Carol. I'm going to be honest. My favorite version of Christmas Carol is the Scrooge version with Albert Finney. I would love to be able to, like Christmas time, be able to sit down and have that, that movie night. And we can watch it on YouTube because they're not copyrighted. So thank you, Yuck 2.0, for those memberships. I really, really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate it. Let's see. Francisca. Thank you so much for giving me this information. I highlighted it so I wouldn't forget it. Shout out to you. George Thomas Sahel? Sahel? How do you say that? He's got two middle names. Lord. Sahel. Sahel? Farmer. Oh, wow. See, that's public information. You can just Google that. God. Shout out to Monique for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Shout out to Care Bear for the $1.99. Sorry, late. I'll catch the next one. It's all good. When you catch the replay, just put it on like 1.75 speed. It's more fun that way, y'all. So I have some editing I have to do to catch up to try to break down some of these longer lives because I realize people do have ADHD and they're just not trying to watch a 4-hour live stream like that. So I got to break it up some. But I will get to that. Hopefully I can get that done tomorrow and Thursday. So you guys can enjoy some of the content without having to. I mean, you put on 1.75 speed, it'll be cutting down the time, but I still need to break it up. So I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. I really do. I appreciate the Christmas Carol. Yep. It's called the one that I like is the Albert Finney version. That one's called Scrooge, I think. But it's like a musical. And then the 1951 version. That's a good one. So I'm just a huge fan of the actual movie altogether. It's an Arabic name. Sahel. Did I say it right? Sahel? I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you so much. What about the Marjorie Taylor Greene? What about her? What's she do now? Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I don't keep up with everything going on with politics like that. What did Marjorie Taylor Greene do now? Did I miss something? it's calling me Timu BB compelled me to try and get her a membership. Oh, the mind tricks. How has she made over $23 million in 4 years of Congress? Who knows, child? Somebody need to be getting her tax information. What did I miss with Marjorie Taylor Greene? Sounds Arabic. It's unique, okay? It's unique. It's a unique name. MTG got a Trump nickname. She is finished. Wait, what? She's fighting with Trump. Are you serious? You can't make this up. This is epic. What? What in the world? She breathed and lived and ate Donald Trump. And now, is it a fight or is this permanent? Oh, Lord. What's she mad? What the heck is going on? Y'all got Candace splitting up conservatives. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene now mad at Trump or he mad at her. You can't make this up. What the heck is going on? This is crazy. Comments said his head of security on Sean Ryan's show yesterday spoke of Charlie's love for Israel for many reasons. Just because stupid people believe Candace lies doesn't mean we're all stupid too. Exactly. And like I said, when it comes to me, I present the documentation. I'm telling you all, I want to ask so many questions about them confirming this 1 degree, but I at least showed you all the email. I didn't sit here and say, yeah, they said this, and then turn around and find out they lied or I lied. No, I'm going to show it to you all. Now, if someone calls University of Rhode Island or they go on the clearinghouse website and you see something any differently than what I showed in the email, then you can go back to URI and say, y'all lied. Because we pulled up something totally different. But at least I showed you all the information. So if anybody want to corroborate it, and then it comes back where it's not matching what they sent me in the email response, then it'll be on them. But if I just withheld it, then I will look just as guilty as the school. So, I had nothing to lose by doing that. Not at all. Little lady said MTG was going off on Israel and saying no more money for Israel, Americans first. Wow. She turned into a lefty. What in the world is going on? He wasn't converted to Catholic either. Exactly, he wasn't. No. You like A Christmas Carol? Y'all. Oh my God. Wow. You can't make this up. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Trump are mad at each other. You can't make this up. Noor did a great YouTube video explaining everything with MTG, and her drama is worth watching. Noor, is that a YouTube channel? I never thought I would hit something like that from Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm just hanging out with y'all at this point. What? Haha, they F themselves. What? Oh no, is that a shorter video? Hold on.
Her life could be in danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, he says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. I don't think.
Wait. Her life could be in danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, he says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. I don't think. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
Leftists are losing their mind that Trump went off against a traitor. They can't even understand it. They're like, oh my gosh, but this person says they're on your side. You're supposed to suck up to everyone. You're not supposed to cut off people that betray you. Betrayal is part of politics.
I don't know. Yeah, I've watched this video before. Oh my God.
Her life could be in danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, he says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. I don't think. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
Leftists are losing their mind.
He said, frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her. Oh no! What in the world? Boy, she done pissed him off something bad. What is going on? I don't even think anybody cares about him. Jeez. Get out of here. Oh my God. She was diehard Trump. MAGA. I mean, goodness gracious. What is going on? He said, I don't think anybody cares about her at all. Oh, you can't make this stuff up.
Mind that Trump went off against a traitor. They can't even understand it. They're like,
what is the deal? Oh, come on.
Oh my God.
Sorry. I had to refresh.
Her life could be in danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is.
Oh, sorry.
He's going to support Iran getting nukes. All right. Trump is trying to end the war between Russia and Ukraine. She says that Russia is correct in their war and Ukraine is full of Nazis. This is every possible step of the way. So she, Marjorie Traitor Greene, as she's been called by the president, is an actual Trump derangement syndrome Karen, while LARPing as a Trump supporter. What? So this is absolutely diabolical. All right, we are doing the breakdown. I'm sure this is going to piss off a lot of people because she has a lot of support. I don't care. If you watch my videos, you will know that I don't care if you agree with me. I say what I think, and you have every right to be for or against it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you might remember her from having some pretty wild takes in the past. For example, she said that there were Jewish space lasers that the Jews were using to zap shit and light fires and obliterate their enemies with the Jewish space lasers. She is the actual She is the progenitor of the Jewish space lasers conspiracy theory. She is the one that popularized the Jewish space lasers to the point that they even made fun of her in The Boys.
I don't know why I
with the
can't
Jewish
watch
space
this.
lasers thing. You might also remember her for saying that the Jews control the weather. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say that it can't be done. And the community note is like, yeah, no, the Jews aren't making hurricanes. So to be honest, she is completely right about this when the Jews do.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Why wouldn't
Sure, this is going to piss off a lot of people because she has a lot of support. I don't care. If you watch my videos, you will know that I don't care if you agree with me. I'm
so glad he said that because I don't
For
care
example,
either.
she said that there were Jewish space lasers that the Jews were using to zap shit and light fires and obliterate their enemies with the Jewish space lasers. She is the actual she is the progenitor of the Jewish space lasers conspiracy theory. She is the one that popularized the Jewish space lasers to the point that they even made fun of her in The Boys, with the Jewish space lasers thing. You might also remember her for saying that the Jews control the weather. It's ridiculous for anyone to lie and say that it can't be done. And the community note is like, yeah, no, the Jews aren't making hurricanes. So to be honest, she is completely right about this when the Jews do control the weather. This is a true fact. As a Jew that controls the weather, I can confirm, Marjorie, you were right on this one. The lasers, that's still in development. But the weather, that's old news. We've been controlling the weather for a very long time. So this is her. So, Jews control the weather. Jews made space lasers. She's one of those. Get ready for the Candace Owens interview coming soon. And Donald Trump made this tweet. This is from 2024. All right, I want to make this clear. This is from 2024. I absolutely love Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's got spirit. She's got fight. I believe she'll be around and on our side for a long time to come. Epic foreshadowing. However, right now, Republicans have been fighting the radical left Democrats and all the damage they've done to our country. True. With a majority of one is shortly growing to 3 or 4. We're not in the position to be on a motion to vacate. At some point, we very well may be, but this is not the time. We are leading in the presidential polls by a lot, both nationally and in the swing states. Spoilers, he won the swing states. Likewise, we are doing well in the Senate, and I believe it will do well in the House. But if we show disunity, which will be portrayed as chaos, it will be negative affect everything. Mike Johnson is a good man who's trying very hard. I also wish things were done over the last period of 2 months, but that will get them done together. It is my request that Republicans vote on the motion to table. We will win big, and it will be soon, because Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to get Mike Johnson removed. She pushed this bill, and she ended up getting obliterated in the Senate. It was like 350 to 50 or something terrible like that. Like she got annihilated, pushing this bill to get this guy fired, and it was against everybody. So Trump she's like, yeah, she's got spirit. We like her, I guess. Well, anyway, everything changed because this is what Trump posted today. Now, I'm going to prove to you that she's a fraud. I'm not just going to quote some random conspiracy theories. I'm going to prove to you that she is a fraud. But he decided to drop a nuke today. Again, I give you full right to disagree with me. That's what we do here on the channel. I'm all for the open-minded debate, but I am all for Democrats losing their mind that Trump decided to stab her in the back and then she went running to Fox News. Sorry, to CNN. I think it's insane. If you're not familiar with this saga, lock in. It's insane. I am withdrawing my support and endorsement of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of the great state of Georgia over the past few weeks, despite my creating record achievements for our country, including a total and complete victory on the shutdown, closed borders, low taxes, no men and women's sports, transgender for everybody, ending DEI, stopping Biden's record-setting inflation, biggest regulation cuts in history, stopping 8 wars, rebuilding our military, being respected by every country in the world, as opposed to being the laughingstock that we were 12 months ago, having trillions of dollars record-setting invested in the USA, and having the most hottest country anywhere in the world.
Yeah, we just give him props to be for being spot on with this. It's not exact, but it's still in the spirit of it. So she did all of this because a bill she wanted to put on the floor got a shellacking, and she threw a tantrum. Sounds like, and now all of a sudden, she don't like nobody. Is this what I'm hearing? You can't make this up. Is this coming down to her not getting a bill passed? What was the bill?
For being a dead country 12 months ago and so much more. All I see is a wacky Marjorie. Complain. Women, am I right, guys? You didn't want to say that part, but I'll just go out there. Women, am I right? Absolutely diabolical. Oh, it seems it all began when I sent her a poll stating that she should not run for Senate or governor when she was 12% and didn't have a chance, unless, of course, she had my endorsement, which she wasn't about to get. She had told many people that she is upset that I didn't return her phone calls anymore. But with 219 congressmen and women, 53 U.S. senators, 24 cabinet members, almost 200 counties, and an otherwise normal life to lead, yeah, sure, I take a ranting lunatic's call every day. I can't take a ranting lunatic's call every day. I understand that the wonderful conservative people are thinking about primarying Marjorie in her district of Georgia, and they are too fed up with her and her antics. If the right person runs, they will have my complete and unyielding support. She has gone far left, even doing The View. Now, for those of you that are unaware, this bitch
She was on The View? She was on The View? What? She's worth about 20 mil. Are you serious? How did she make that type of money? Yeah, I'm in the wrong field. I need to run for Congress. What the hell? What? Well, she made 20. What? Even having 700,000 then. I'm in the wrong field. She did CNN and The View. Yeah, MTG went in the View and didn't get bullied. What? What? Yeah, MTG is a traitor to the right or MAGA and America. Oh my God. Well, I might be you can't make this up. You can't make this up. Yeah, I'm just like him. I'm just like I think his name is Nuxanor. I've seen a couple videos he did in the past because I remember this. It's like a emoji sort of like a animated character, but this boy has over 926,000 subs too, so he's not some small time channel. This is unbelievable. So she's got 20 million out of it and went to The View and CNN.
Generational run on radical leftist media shitting on Trump while claiming she's a Trump supporter. You have to note what we're dealing with, okay? She's out there saying, I am pro-Trump, I am pro-America. And then she does a circuit on the radical left shows. Every single one of them that's pro-abortion, pro all that shit, and she claims to be against all of that. It's wild. But the low IQ Republican hating anchors, thank you for your attention to this matter, make America great again. She went on The View? Yeah, she went on The View. I'll show you a clip of that. But like, if you actually look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you actually look at her, like, and you look at her bio, like, it's unreal. Proud American, all right, 100% pro-life. She's on every single leftist show that wants to murder babies. Pro-gun. She's on every single leftist show that wants to take your guns. Pro-Trump. It's still in her bio. And meanwhile, she's LARPing as a pro-Trump, America-only person that is literally going on a generational run of radical leftist media. All right, you have to understand what we're dealing with, man. All right, she's always been a fraud. She has always been a fraud, and you're going to see why today. So first and foremost, I think it's super important to know, before I show you the actual response that she makes, Trump sarcastically questions Marjorie Taylor Greene's net worth jump from 700,000 to 25 million. It's a pretty good question. President Trump posted on Truth Social on November 15th today, sarcastically highlighting Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene's reported net worth increase from 700,000 upon entering Congress in 2021 to 25 million today. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Marjorie Taylor Greene made $24.3 million in 4 years.
How did she make that type of money in 4 years? Yeah, I'm running for Congress. I am in the wrong field. And y'all already know, I know how to give a debate and research and produce facts and evidence. You can't make this up. She earned $24 million in 4 years. That's like $6 million a year. She has pissed off everybody. I can't with this. What the heck? This, yo, good night, Hera. Good night. Have a good night. Okay, yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, we just go watch a little more of this, and that'll be the end of it. I can't believe this. This woman has earned $24 million in 4 years
on a salary of $174,000 a year. Is that not insane?
What the
Is that not
heck?
like absolute insanity? I mean, ongoing debates over congressional stock trading financial disclosures reveal Greene's pre-trade offsets, including family business stakes to real estate, estimated 11 million to 51 million, grew to 12 million and 38 million through market gains over 450 stock trades and book royalties exceeding her $174,000 a year salary. While Greene denies insider trading allegations, I personally don't believe her, tied to timely purchases like Palantir shares. She bought Palantir right before it became a government enforcement arm. Shares before a major contract. The scrutiny underscores bipartisan calls for banning lawmaker stock trading. Insanity. This is she went to the Nancy Pelosi School of Insider Trading and she made a fuck ton of money. Yeah, but she denies it. She's America first, ladies and gentlemen. She's out there fighting for Americans. As you can see, Marjorie Taylor Greene stock trades since 2021 turned 700,000 into 25 million. My incredibly hot take is she's a fraud, and she should absolutely be investigated for this, as should everyone. I think all these people in Congress. For the record, this isn't like a Republican issue. This is a universal issue. It's a Nancy Pelosi issue. All these people need to get obliterated. We're out here doing our darndest, trying to afford a house in America and the economy of today. You have these fucking infinite politicians making infinite money, all right, through cringe bullshit in the government. It's insane. Anyway, this was Marjorie Taylor Greene's response. That Trump just attacked me and lied about me. I haven't called him at all. But I did send these text messages today. Apparently this is what sent him over the edge. For the record, this was proven a lie. Apparently she did call Trump's private phone, his cell phone, even though she didn't directly call the White House phone. The Epstein files. That's right. Marjorie Taylor Greene was essentially going on a generational run of radical leftist news shows alleging Trump is a pedophile. I wonder why Trump is upset. And of course, he's coming after me hard to make an example and scare all the other Republicans before the next week's vote to release the Epstein files. It's literally not true. This is literally a lie. You literally went after it. You called him a pedophile for the last 6 months. Okay? You called him a pedophile for 6 months. And he's like, yeah, I actually had enough of this shit. Like, no, duh. Are you kidding me? It's astonishing how she's fighting to try and stop the Epstein files from coming out, that he actually does this level. Again, trying to be like, he's a pedophile. For the record, I think that Trump handling the Epstein files is insane. I think that Trump absolutely should have released the Epstein files immediately. I want it all out. I want to make this clear.
Yeah.
While on this nuance, I do agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene that I want the Epstein files out. The reality is,
we all do. That's the thing. We all do. So if, and once again, because this is not a cult, you can criticize and say what you're in disagreement with and still support, right? Because if that's what you want to support Trump and MAGA movement and the conservatives and that, you should be able to still do all of that and still be able to say, I don't agree with his handling on this Epstein case. He needs to release the files. That's it. That's what it comes down to. How do you get from having reasonable criticism to going on CNN, The View, and whatever else after having bashed all of this for 4 years plus some? Wasn't she the one carrying a gun in Congress?
there is an entire situation where essentially 1,000 leftists ended up getting implicated with this. All right, we got Bill Clinton implicated, you got Obama getting implicated, you got a generational run of leftist pedophiles getting implicated with the Epstein shit. And she's like, Trump, we got to figure this out with Trump. Anyway, but really, most Americans wish you would fight this hard to help forgotten men and women of America who are fed up with foreign wars and foreign causes, are going broke, trying to feed their families, and are losing hope of ever reaching the American dream. That's what I voted for. Bro, this dude stopped 8 wars, man. He's not the pro-war guy. It's insane. But she knows how to talk to the American people, that's for sure. I have supported President Trump with too much of my precious time, too much of my own money, and fought harder for him than almost any other Republicans from their back and denounced him. But I don't worship or serve Donald Trump. I worship God. Jesus is my savior, and I serve the district of GI-14, the American people. I remain the same as I've always been and continue to pray that this administration will come successful for the American people, just really deserve for me, America first, America only. My own money, she says. All right, so again, this is like a virtue signal tweet, and you're going to see
why she earns $24 million in 4 years. What in the world? To the Israeli Prime Minister, can you please hurry up and send me that $777,777.77? Can you roll that money my way? Many candy asses have been advocating for me to get cash money. They want me to get this money. I will not disagree to that. You can't make this up. Marjorie Taylor Greene made $24 million in 4 years. 4 years. You can, I have live streams where I don't even always make the $25 goal. Do you understand here? That's the money you wish that you can make in 4 years. I don't even always hit the $25 live stream goal. This woman made $24 million in 4 years. And I agree with him. They all need to have the books opened on them. They all do. Because we recognize there is corruption in government. Why should it persist? How do you go to Congress and then become super wealthy? You're supposed to be working just like everybody else, making whatever salary you earn from it, and learning how to manage your money. People are going to Congress becoming super ultra rich and wealthy. You can't make this up. She made $24 million in 4 years, y'all. I'm so glad he said that. I want all on to be investigated as well. That's some crazy, stupid money. Show me the money, BB. Show me the money. He owes me thousands. 7,000 is the minimum. Can't make this up. Yeah, in time for Christmas. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe you can just go ahead and cash app me. My cash app scrolling below. You can't make this up, man. All right, y'all. That's all I got here. We'll finish up a little bit more of this tomorrow because he is pretty funny. But this is something else. I just wow. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. What the world? What kind of mega wants to hire illegals? She is a scammer. Oh my God, y'all. All right, y'all. That's all I got. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on the way out. We might not agree to everything, but just like Nuck said, we don't have to always agree on everything. But I do want people to be well informed. So if nothing else, read and research doxing laws on cyber harassment, and what's personal identifiable information. That way, when Candace is still doing this nonsense, you can recognize for what it is. I mean, facts are facts, and it doesn't care about our feelings. So thank y'all so much. You guys have a good one. Hit the like button on the way out. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.